Good morning. Good morning, members of council and staff. I will call this Committee of the Whole meeting for Wednesday, April 10th to order. Before I do a roll call, I have two items. Durham Region Transit is holding a public information center in the lobby of regional headquarters today between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. Councilors are encouraged to participate and engage with DRT staff if time permits. Um, there is in-person and two virtual PICs have been scheduled through March and April, offering residents the opportunity to meet the DRT service design team and learn more about transit networking, planning process, and the future of public transit service in Durham. Attendees are encouraged to ask questions, share their thoughts, provide valuable insight into customer experience. The other item, members of council, is today is the International Day of Pink. It is set up as an international day against bullying, discrimination, homophobia, transphobia, and I'm going to get this word wrong, misogyny, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Kerr, in cities and towns all across the world. On this day, everyone is invited to celebrate diversity by wearing a pink shirt and by organizing activities in the workplace, schools, and communities in support of the day. Mr. Clerk, if you could call a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, we have quorum. Declarations of pecuniary interest. Okay, okay, we have none in the room and I see none on my screen. Please note that. There are no statutory public meetings. We do have some presentations. The first presentation is on a climate change education session, and I'd like to start by inviting Sandra Austin, Executive Director, Strategic Initiatives, to start our morning. Good morning, Sandra.
Good morning, Chair Henry, members of council, guests, and colleagues. It's wonderful to see so many community members here in the gallery today. On behalf of our CAO and the sustainability team, I'm pleased to introduce this council education session on climate change. It was intentional to have this session today during Earth Month, after what was the warmest winter on record for Durham Region. Well, it is absolutely true that many of us are enjoying an early opening to golf season and also lamenting a ski season that never really arrived. But I think we all understand that these warning signals are concerning beyond their impact on our recreational activities. Durham Region is experiencing weather that is warmer, wetter, and wilder, and you'll hear more today about how these conditions are expected to change and to worsen over the coming years. So over the past year, extreme heat, wildfires, flooding, and storm events across Canada and around the world have continued to illustrate how harmful and costly these trends can be to residents and to the assets and the services that support them. The impacts of climate change also amplify existing socioeconomic vulnerabilities and inequities, unfairly affecting people who contribute little to the problem and are least equipped to address the impacts. Since Regional Council declared a climate emergency in January of 2020, Durham has been focused on working in collaboration with partners to do our share to respond to the global call to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to mitigate rising temperatures. We're also working to steadily build the region's resilience and readiness at the local and regional level to respond to the day-to-day exposure of Durham Region residents living in an increasingly unpredictable climate. This work is both internal, with a high degree of coordination to help position the region as a corporate leader and really show that we are walking the talk, as well as external, with the region leading collaboration with local area municipalities, conservation authorities, and energy utilities to drive implementation of our council-approved energy and adaptation plans. We're also expanding on our collaborative efforts beyond government agencies to include academia, industry, and community leaders to build capacity to respond to climate change. You'll find a detailed report outlining our progress in implementing these climate action plans on the agenda for today's meeting. Municipalities, as we know, are facing unprecedented fiscal challenges and competing priorities. As we struggle to manage rising costs and maintain levels of service, investing in climate action can sometimes seem like something that might be deferred or minimized until there's more time or money available. There are also narratives that position action on climate change, which can seem political, ancillary, or costly, against pressing issues of affordability. But in the face of financial challenges, we have to address both critical infrastructure and climate change. Canadian research has estimated a $5.5 trillion impact on the national economy by the end of the century if we fail to act, as a warming planet will exacerbate all of the crises we currently face, from food availability and affordability to impacts on infrastructure, operating expenses, and service disruptions. Right now, we are working hard to embed climate considerations into our capital planning so that it becomes part of regular business rather than an afterthought. We've coordinated today's session to help illustrate how climate change is connecting to pressing issues like the affordability crisis. Thank you to Ian McVeigh, our Manager of Sustainability, and his team for connecting with a range of experts from across Canada to engage with you in a conversation on the current state of climate action, work that should be prioritized as we help to center equity and affordability. We'll start today's presentation with the state of climate action in the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area from Brian Purcell, Vice President of Policy and Programs at the Atmospheric Fund, a provincially and federally funded regional climate agency. Brian's presentation will illustrate how Durham compares to other GTHA municipalities. We will then hear from Don Iveson, former mayor of Edmonton, Alberta, and chair of the Big City Mayors Caucus, board chair of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, and co-chair alongside former federal cabinet minister Lisa Raitt on the Task Force for Housing and Climate. Don will provide us with an overview of the task force's recently released blueprint for more and better housing, with a focus on recommendations for municipal government on how to align the housing and climate agendas. Following Don's presentation, we'll come back to the local level and we'll hear from representatives from the Durham Climate Roundtable Leadership Committee. Jennifer Alsop from the Brilliant Energy Institute at Ontario Tech University will provide an overview of the roundtable and introduce Leadership Committee Sam Sadagi from Alexicon Energy, who will share insights on how local electricity utilities are managing the energy transition while also working to maintain grid reliability and security. And finally, we'll delve into climate adaptation with Al Douglas, president of the Climate Risk Institute. His presentation will offer a refresher Climate Adaptation 101, followed by a discussion on the recently released Ontario Provincial Climate Change Impact Assessment and its implications for climate resilience work in Durham. Our hope is that you'll leave the session today feeling a little more informed about how climate change connects with other critical issues impacting communities across Durham Region, and also that you'll feel well equipped to support efforts to address these issues through engagement with all levels of government, with industry representatives, and with the community. Thank you for your time today, and we look forward to your participation.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Our next presentation is by Brian Purcell, Vice President of Policy and Programs at the Atmospheric Fund. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here. Thank you, Chair. And my name is Brian Purcell. I'm Vice President of Policy and Programs at the Atmospheric Fund, and we are a public climate agency originally started by the City of Toronto 30 years ago, and through a series of agreements with the federal and provincial government, our mandate was expanded to the Greater Toronto-Hamilton area, including Durham Region, where we've been proud to support a lot of great climate work, including the Durham Greener Homes program, among many other projects. And one of the things we do in the context of our mandate to support climate change mitigation across the region, the broader region, is publish an annual inventory that summarizes what's happening with greenhouse gas emissions in the Greater Toronto Hamilton area and the regions within that, and picks out trends and related data, as well as making some policy recommendations coming out of that data. There we go. So the scope of the inventory covers the Greater Toronto Hamilton area, including Durham region, York region, Halton region, Hamilton, Toronto, and so 6 regions in all. And it's always a year behind, so today I'm going to be presenting our findings from 2022 calendar year, which we released in November. And so, it just takes a while to pull the data together, but still provides a really valuable indicator of where things are going. It includes industrial, agricultural emissions, as well as the larger sources of emissions, transportation, buildings as well, and waste. And all the data I'm presenting today are available in a public report on our inventory, along with spreadsheets that people can use to analyze the data themselves and look more deeply into it. So this is a picture of the emissions in the inventory by region or a single tier municipality. And the story for 2022 was not positive. Emissions increased across the Greater Toronto Hamilton area by 8%. And the picture in Durham region is very similar to that. Emissions actually increased 8.1% in Durham region in 2022. So really closely in line with the rest of the region. And that contrasts really sharply with what we need to get on track for the climate targets that many of us share. We need about a 9% decrease annually. So really moving in the wrong direction and quite concerning given where we need to be going and the speed we need to be moving at. But not a Durham-specific issue, as I said. That's something we're seeing across the region as the economy and transportation behaviors rebound from the pandemic impacts. Emissions have been trending up. It's also driven in part by the growth of the region. So, overall emissions increased 8% in 2022, but per capita emissions increased about 6%. So you see part of this is growth, part of it is just emissions increasing as the economy and behavior of residents rebounds from the pandemic impacts. Durham represents about 11% of emissions across the region, the Greater Toronto Hamilton area region, and it contains about 10% of the population of that area. So its emissions are slightly above average for the Greater Toronto Hamilton area, but not too far out of line. And this graph shows you where we've been in terms of total emissions region-wide and sort of where we need to go. So right now, across the Greater Toronto Hamilton area in 2022, we were at 54 megatons. And really, you can see there hasn't been a significant downward trend in recent years. You see that we had a dip during the pandemic. You can see on the chart as that had major impact on transportation emissions and industrial emissions. But we've basically, over the last 2 years, recovered from that in terms of emissions rebounding to very close to pre-pandemic levels, and quite consistent with where we were for 4 or 5 years prior to the pandemic. You can see we did make regionally a lot of progress from the mid-2000s to about 2015. That was the era when coal was being phased out. There was also a lot of improvements in waste management that drove major emissions reductions in that period. But progress has been somewhat difficult and stalled since about 2015, with a lot of the climate action just being enough to offset the growth in the population and the economy. And you can see we need to get on a very steep downward trend to get in line for long-term climate targets. So this gives you a breakdown of specific Durham region emissions. Durham region's largest source of emissions is transportation, a little bit different than the broader Greater Toronto Hamilton area, where the largest source is buildings. And transportation emissions increased about 9.5% in 2022. Second largest source is buildings. That's homes and commercial buildings of all sorts, mainly from heating. And those emissions were up over 10% in 2022. And then industry is the third largest source. That's largely the cement industry for Durham region, and increased about 5% in 2022. You also have a small share of your emissions from both agriculture and waste, which did go up, but not as pronounced as the other emission sources. And this shows you the per capita emissions in Durham region over the period of time we've been tracking it. So for 2022, per capita emissions were at about 8.2 tons. And this shows you the breakdown of how that breaks down across the different emission sources. And that's, not dissimilar from where we've been for a while. You can see that it's higher than during the pandemic, the height of the pandemic, but slightly lower than pre-pandemic levels. So as I said, emissions have been rebounding, but we're still slightly below pre-pandemic levels. And diving deeper into transportation emissions, that's about 2.2 million tons for Durham region. And so that increased about 9.5% in 2022. And part of that was growth, but part of that was people traveling more. So we saw about a 7% increase in per capita transportation emissions. So the population growth isn't accounting for the whole increase in emissions in transportation. And this is really, about more people traveling more as pandemic conditions eased in 2022. It's about 37% of Durham emissions, and that increase for 2022 was the largest we've seen in a single year since 2015 for Durham region. There is some good news, though. The data shows that the emissions increases, mostly happen in the first half of the year, and we're starting to level off in the second half of 2022. And hopefully that means that increase won't continue into 2023, or at least not as pronounced. There are some good trends in transportation in Durham region. We've seen, for example, a massive increase in 2022 in electric vehicle purchases within the region of Durham, up about 80% year over year. So a really positive trend that we want to see continue. Plug-in hybrids also increased by about a third, the sales there. Active transportation levels in Durham region were still well above pre-pandemic levels. We saw a big bump in active transportation during the pandemic, but they have declined a bit since the height of the pandemic. So behavior patterns are shifting a little bit back towards pre-pandemic levels in terms of transportation. And we want to encourage people to keep some of those good habits we developed during the pandemic, including more walking, more cycling. And also there's in terms of how Durham compares on transportation to the rest of the region, we saw it's got the second highest per capita transportation emissions in the Greater Toronto Hamilton area, second to York. So it's a little bit higher, than the average for the region, which reflects the lower population density in Durham region compared to some of the other regions. But transit ridership increased really dramatically in 2021 to 2022. Again, that's the pandemic conditions easing. But it's important to note that transit ridership was still well below, about a third below pre-pandemic levels. So we still have more work to do working with your transit agency to get people back onto transit and see that recover to pre-pandemic levels, and ideally, grow past there as transit becomes a more attractive option. So that means, investing in service and promotion and to get people back into transit. And those are the key things I wanted to share on transportation, but some really positive trends, especially on vehicle electrification. I think Durham had the fastest pace increase in electric vehicle purchases in the region. So your residents are really adopting electric vehicles quickly, and we want to see that trend continue. So on to building emissions, which are the second largest source for the region. They increased, as I said, 10.5% in Durham in 2022. And when you normalize for population growth, that's about an 8% increase. And when we look at weather, the remainder of that growth was mainly weather driven. It was a colder winter in 2022 than 2021. So, what we're seeing is that, the growth in emissions and building emissions was largely driven by the growth in the population, meaning more buildings were existed in 2022, but also a cold weather year that drove more heating energy use across your building stock. And those emissions are mainly from natural gas used for space heating and water heating across your building stock, but also from, to a lesser extent, from electricity used in buildings. And but it does show you, although we can account for these increases, looking at population growth as well as the weather in 2022, we need to be seeing those building emissions go down, 9-10% a year, irrespective of population or weather. So it does show us we have a lot more work to do in the building sector to get on track for our climate data. And, looking more broadly across the region, we've also been analyzing the energy benchmarking data from the provincial benchmarking regulation. And what we see is that, we have a significant share of buildings that are really taking action and improving their energy efficiency and making deep reductions. But there's a larger share of buildings that are actually getting worse and offsetting the impact of those leaders in the industry. So we see this really bifurcation between leaders in terms of building energy efficiency and residents who are retrofitting their homes, making good progress, but then you have a larger group that is actually getting worse over time in their energy efficiency. And that's kind of offsetting the progress of those leaders who are participating in energy efficiency programs and undertaking retrofits. I'm going to spotlight quickly on electricity emissions in Durham Region, which are a component of the building sector as we categorize it, as most of the electricity is used in buildings. Emissions from electricity use went up 26% in 2022. So in percentage terms, it was the fastest growing source of emissions. And that's really, there wasn't a major increase in consumption, only about 1% increase. So the story behind those rapidly increasing electricity emissions is really that the grid provincially is getting dirtier. It got about 26% dirtier in 2022. And that just impacted the emissions in Durham Region because we look at Durham's share of electricity use and therefore its share of electricity generation emissions. And so, that's a concern because, it's really hard to offset that impact through efficiency when the grid is getting dirtier that quickly. So definitely a concern across the region. And just, a picture of where things might go. This is from just about a year and a half ago, the forecast from the IESO. You see the orange line on this chart shows where they were projecting at that time electricity generation emissions to go. Really dramatic increases throughout the next decade and beyond. And so that really illustrates the challenges of trying to decarbonize the building stock. If that future comes to pass, it's really hard to make net reductions in building emissions because all the good work residents and businesses do to reduce their emissions through efficiency gets kind of offset when the grid keeps getting dirtier. But there's a lot of uncertainty in this projection. IESO is developing new projections. There's a federal regulation on electricity generation in the works that could have a significant impact on Ontario's future grid. And so it's really an area to watch. We don't really know what's going to be happening with electricity generation emissions, but it is going to have a big impact on Durham's ability to meet its climate targets. And I'm going to close quickly highlighting some of our municipal climate policy priorities that we pulled out of analyzing the inventory data. And I've sort of fine-tuned this a little bit for Durham Region, but mostly this is our across-the-board recommendations. On electricity, we just spoke to the trend of rapidly increasing electricity emissions. So in terms of what the region can do and the municipalities within the region, we want to see cities streamlining zoning, permitting, and utility connections for small-scale distributed clean energy projects. There's work that all the cities can do to make those projects easier for residents. Everything from rooftop solar in the residential sector to larger projects on your commercial buildings, and that of course involves working with your utilities in terms of helping them facilitate these projects as well, as that's one of the pinch points is that utility connection for those projects. And there's also opportunities to identify and support, appropriate opportunities for larger scale renewable energy projects. Some big news in Ontario energy policy has been the province committing to move forward with some large purchases of renewable energy. So there's going to be a process over the next year or year and a half of projects applying to that, and they're going to be required to have municipal endorsement to participate in that IESO procurement. And so there's a role for the region and the cities to look at where are there appropriate places where we could host renewable energy, large scale solar or wind, for example. And then making sure you have a good process in place to review those proposals, consult the community, and where it's suitable, provide that municipal endorsement so that you can be part of that solution in terms of large-scale clean energy infrastructure. On buildings, one of the most important thing is making sure new buildings are built really efficiently and low carbon. A number of cities in the region have adopted green development standards that set low carbon targets and requirements for new construction. And so that's great to see. We've been supporting them. We'd like to see more of that in Durham, and also improvements in compliance management as that's relatively new for the municipalities to manage compliance with the green standard. And there's work that perhaps the region can do also to enable and assist them with that. And one of the trends we're seeing and encouraging is developing performance standards for existing buildings. We're working with the City of Toronto to develop, for ideally the end of this year, their existing building performance standard for large buildings. And that's something we're encouraging other cities to consider as part of their climate action plans moving forward. As eventually to reach our climate targets, we're going to need to look at shifting towards stronger tools for motivating emissions reductions in existing buildings. And on transportation, of course, continuing to invest in transit service improvements and transit electrification is an important priority. And there's also, we're encouraging cities to look at, where it's appropriate, removing or relaxing parking minimums and requiring all new parking in residential buildings to be EV ready, so that we're actually enabling continued accelerated adoption of electric vehicles by our residents. And that covers what I wanted to present today, but I'm happy to take any questions or comments if there's time.
So thank you. We do have a number of councillors with questions, so we'll start with Councillor Neal on the presentation.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I guess to the delegation, thank you very much, Brian. Now, I see you didn't isolate the incinerator at all with the emissions on the lakefront, although you did mention the cement industry, and those are two locations side by side, so I imagine that's pretty hot area in regards to emissions, because you did mention the cement, but you didn't mention the incinerator. Is that a reason why you can't isolate that?
I believe we have the data for the incinerator. I don't have it offhand. I believe we're capturing that under industrial emissions, but I'd have to double check exactly how we've treated it in the inventory. But yeah, the cement industry is a very major source for Durham region. Yeah, larger than the incinerator.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. But when I drive on the 401 or I'm driving up on the ridges, I see two smokestacks emitting, like I know one's the cement and one's the incinerator. So if I could get some specs on the incinerator,
Okay.
I'd appreciate it. I don't know how it's not isolated in your presentation, but that's okay. Thank you.
That's a good point, and I can follow up with that information.
Okay, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Purcell. Thank you for being here this morning. I wonder if you could define the difference between clean and dirty energy in terms of the grid. And I'm just not as familiar with that. I wonder if you'd kindly elaborate on the difference, please.
Right. Yeah, when we talk about clean energy, we're generally speaking about renewables as well as other low carbon sources like hydroelectric, and nuclear is also quite low carbon. So that's the difference between renewable energy is a bit narrower, referring only to like solar and wind. Clean energy captures the large-scale hydroelectric as well as nuclear as other low-carbon options. So those are the major low-carbon options. And of course, there's ancillary infrastructure like energy storage, which can help to to reduce carbon emissions from the grid as well. And that's generally what we're referring to with clean energy infrastructure.
Okay, so in Durham Region, we have 2 nuclear generating stations, and I'm just curious why our numbers are going up. Is that because, did you mention we're sort of lumped in with the rest of the province, and therefore why is the rest of the province going up in what you call dirty energy? What's an example of dirty energy, and why is it going up?
Yeah, so the emissions from electricity generation in Ontario are almost entirely from natural gas-fired power plants. They're only about 12% of generation, but account for close to 100% of the emissions from the electricity sector in Ontario. And their use has been ramping up over the last 5 years, partly as the demand has been growing as the economy and population grows, and partly because they've been starting to look at the refurbishment on nuclear that's going to increasingly have an impact, as gas will be filling in for some of the gaps while various units are being refurbished.
So one last question, Mr. Chair. In Clarington right now, they're, and Mayor Foster can verify this, he knows more about it than I do, but they're developing a small modular reactors, and each one of those can, fire up about 360,000 homes. Do you see those as a suitable replacement for natural gas generating plants?
It's one of the options for sure, and the province is looking at investing and supporting some small modular reactors. So yeah, it's one of the options on the table. As I said, we want to see the province moving increasingly towards clean energy and eventually entirely towards clean energy. And there's a good debate and analysis to be had on the most cost-effective pathway there, and how much is new nuclear part of that mix. Not our area of expertise, but it's definitely among the potential solutions from a carbon emissions perspective, along with renewables, as well as conservation and efficiency needs to play a much larger role.
So, Mr. Chair, I did say my last question, but if you allow me one more quick one. What's the difference in cost between a natural gas generating plant for the number of kilowatt hours they produce and other sources of electricity? Is that why people are going towards it, because perhaps it's cheaper? Or I'm just curious as to why there's a proliferation of that type of generation.
Right. On a per kilowatt basis, actually, renewables now, both solar and wind, have gotten cheaper than new natural gas plants. But I think the reason the province has been relying more intensively is because of the dispatchability of the gas plants. They have the ability to ramp up generation very quickly or ramp down following the load. And that makes them, a very flexible resource, unlike renewables in that respect, and also unlike nuclear in that respect. They can rapidly ramp up and down. And that points to that as we transition off gas, we need to think about both generation, solar and wind, for example, or new small modular reactors, as well as ways to manage the peaks and the ramp ups, which means like looking at storage, demand response, energy storage, and solutions like that can help to provide that flexibility that's currently provided by the gas plants.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Schumer?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Now, most of your stats, as I understand them, they are kind of all-encompassing of the region, right? So homeowners and industry, everything. And of course, it's going completely in the wrong direction. And we see later in the agenda that, the region itself, so obviously we've got a lot more control over the region's carbon footprint, is also not trending in the right direction. Do I presume that the other municipalities, so not the global municipalities themselves, but the actual municipalities, the governments in the GTHA, are they also, trending in that wrong direction?
Yes, I think that the increases in 2022 were pretty widespread across the Greater Toronto Hamilton area. And some municipalities did slightly better. I think, for example, Hamilton's emissions only went up 5% in 2022, as opposed to the 8% average across the region. And we saw some, Halton had the highest increase at 12%. So there's some variation in how quickly emissions went up in 2022, but they did go up across the board.
So do you know what these other municipalities are doing to try to get themselves on track? Because I mean, you presented it in your chart. It's very daunting, and some would question whether it's even achievable. Like what can be done? So are the other municipalities in the GTHA, are they coming up with plans to get themselves back on track, and what do those involve?
Yes, several of them are, I think they're all struggling because it's a very challenging transition to make. And of course, cities can't get there on their own. They're going to need, leadership from provincial and federal governments and policy support and funding there as well to meet these targets. I think some of the big trends we see, I mentioned earlier, the City of Toronto is working towards a emissions performance standard for existing buildings. That would make it hopefully the second or third municipality in Canada to put something like that in place. Vancouver was the first. We've seen about a dozen major US cities put in place these kind of policies. So we think that would be quite important for Toronto and could have applicability for other cities, particularly those cities with significant large building stock. The other major impetus, I think, on the building sector is new development standards. So as I mentioned, Durham has several green development standards in place already, Whitby, Ajax, and Pickering, I believe, but the rest of the region isn't yet covered by green development standards for new construction. So that's an area where many cities have been acting. Mississauga's committee of the whole just earlier this week approved, on Monday, approved their green development standards. So we were really excited about that. They're one of the one of the biggest cities that doesn't have one yet in the region. We have about 13 cities in the Greater Toronto Hamilton area that have green development standards in place, and we're encouraging that across all of the cities. And transportation's a tougher one for municipalities. As I mentioned, the transit service is really important. We also need to assist our residents in adopting electric vehicles, and we're seeing cities increasingly look, a key role is on charging infrastructure. So for example, Toronto now requires all new residential buildings to be 100% EV ready. So there's a rough-in for EV charging in all the residential parking spaces. Other cities have mostly opted for a slightly lower percentage right now, for anywhere from 20 to 50% EV ready. We'd like to see cities moving as quickly as possible to 100% EV ready in new buildings. The reason that's so important is that to put EV charging into a home or building after it's constructed is about 5 times more expensive than doing it when you construct it to begin with. And we know everyone's going to be driving an EV in 10 years. So we're really setting our residents up for challenging expenses and unnecessary expenses when our new buildings aren't EV ready. The buildings are going to be around for 100 years, and within 10 years, every new car sold is going to be an electric vehicle. So it's really important to move quickly to making sure all the new buildings, if they're residential, the parking that's going in where it's needed has that EV charging. We think that's the most important thing cities can do to enable their residents to adopt electric vehicles. Of course, there's other places you can locate charging to. As a municipality, you can look at your municipal facilities, which I know Durham's been doing, and putting charging there for your residents. So those are some of the key things we're seeing action on in cities. Industrial emissions are very specific to each region, so it's really about working with your major industrial emitters and other levels of government to see, what can be done and what the municipal role is in helping assist those industries in transitioning, and something we're keen to learn more about with the cement industry.
Okay, thank you. I guess my last question has to do with, the public at large. A lot of this all depends on the public, right? We can do so much as politicians. We can do so much as a regional municipality, but then so many of these numbers are a result of actions or inactions by the general population. I'm not sure if you have this stat, but what roughly is the percent of the population that denies it's even an issue?
I definitely don't have Durham region data on that. I think from what we've seen, At a higher level, you have about maybe a quarter of the population that doesn't see climate change as either a real issue or an important issue. So there's pretty high support for climate action in the general population. But of course, that support starts to waver when you talk about specific things that need to be done to address climate change. But yeah, overall, the large majority of people accept climate change as real and support climate action.
And can you give us an update on or an idea what any of the GTHA municipalities, as a government, are doing to try to educate people? And I know the education is difficult for people who deny it's an issue. Whether you can swing them over at this point in the game is debatable. But what is, or if anything, is going on with the municipalities and the GTHA to try to get that 25% down significantly? Because that's a pretty big chunk of the population that essentially is turning their back on it.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think most of the municipal education efforts I've seen have tended to focus more on reaching that majority that does support climate action and giving them information about how they can take action. So in that vein, municipalities have tended to tie that to the programs that they're running. For example, a program like Durham Greener Homes. I know the team there is doing lots of education and community outreach to promote home retrofits to residents in Durham and to promote the financing options and incentives that are available, including through the region. And that's something we see in a lot of cities. For example, Toronto does a lot of homeowner outreach on there. They have a home energy loan program as well, similar to the Durham Region Greener Homes program, and doing a lot of education and outreach with residents there. The other thing is on EVs, and it's really simple for residents in terms of the things under resident control. The key things are we want them to make their next vehicle purchase an EV if they can and help them do that. We want them to take more transit if that's a viable solution for them. And we want them to look at, as they manage their home over time and renovate it over time, moving it off of fossil fuels towards low carbon. So there's really just those, three things that we want residents to keep in mind. And that's where we see most of the outreach from municipalities. But I think you have a valid point that municipalities could also have a role reaching, those who are skeptical about climate change. I haven't seen as much efforts on that, but perhaps we could be doing better there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to respond to Councillor Kerr's question with regards to increasing carbon emissions from Durham while we have the nuclear plant. So thank you for bringing that up. Durham Region should be proud of what we are doing on behalf of the entire province and the country. One of the issues, Councillor, is while the economy expands and the population expands, our nuclear capacity has remained static. As a matter of fact, we've lost some with the refurbishment of Darlington. So that generation has come offline. We will lose more when Pickering is refurbished. I know they're looking at that. That's not a done deal yet, but as those reactors come offline, as well as we're looking forward to the 1,200 megawatts that are coming off the small modular reactors. You may or may not recall that a Darlington B was supposed to have been built about now, which would have been closer to 4,000 megawatts. So a policy decision made by the province in around 2012 took a significant amount of nuclear off. So we may in fact have seen a significant decrease, but a lack of those. And again, those reactors, again, somewhere around 4,000 megawatts are being replaced with about 1,200 in total from the SMR. So while there's optimism moving forward on new nuclear, our recent past experience has not borne that out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Mayor Roy.
Thank you very much. And just a very quick question. The small nuclear reactors, some people don't want hydro lines going through their backyards. The whole perception of small nuclear and getting over that that phenomenon of the negativity How are you working around that? Like, how is that working to bring small nuclear within communities?
So we haven't been ourselves deeply involved in any, outreach or consultation on small modular reactors. But I think it's a common issue across energy infrastructure. Large energy projects tend to be controversial or at least cause concern for the public. Whether it's a small modular reactor, which is still a large piece of, facility, or whether it's a large renewable energy facility, a wind farm or a solar farm, or even just transmission corridors. These are all subjects of, valid concern for residents. They want to understand what's happening, why, how it might affect them. And of course, there's considerations such as visual impacts. And it just highlights how difficult it is to build energy infrastructure and why we need to be planning well out ahead and doing that consultation as far out ahead as possible and giving our residents like the best possible facts to help support, their opinions and views on that and ultimately the decisions that are made. I don't think I can answer it better than that.
Just one more question and a short one. What's the time period for a small modular to be brought into a community?
That's a very good question and a question of a lot of debate. I mean, the people that I've asked tell me that it's a decade-long process to build a small modular reactor, which sounds like a long time, but it's considerably faster than a conventional nuclear facility if you're building from scratch. So yeah, I think that's realistically it's about a 10-year process.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor Foster, clarification on the nuclear question.
So a couple of pieces. So absolutely correct. Depending on the nature of the SMRs, Mayor Roy, the SMRs in Durham will be attached to the existing grid. So people are not, these are, as we've heard from Mr. Purcell, these are, as much as they're called small, they aren't small. There are proposals for what they're calling micro reactors. You would likely see these in remote communities, and there will be an extended timeline because of the technology. The engineering needs to be done. So the technology's there, but a lot of engineering needs to be done on that. So Durham residents, anyway, shouldn't worry about a huge number and lines. OPG is anticipating that the SMRs that they are planning will be operational by 29. Now that might be optimistic, but that's their plan.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Just for a clarification, just quickly, as the demand for electricity goes up and we install more heat pumps, et cetera, the electrons that come into our homes aren't identified as clean or dirty. They're just electricity. Following up on the SMR question, how long to bring a gas peaker plant online to produce more electricity?
To bring a new gas peaker plant? It's not my area of expertise, but I think you're looking at 5 years. I mean, sometimes if it's an expansion of an existing plant, it could be done faster. There's some that just got procured that they're hoping to bring online for 2025, but I know the ministry's not confident or not certain that they can meet those timelines. So if it is expanding an existing gas plant, which has been the trend recently, it can be done faster within maybe 3 years. But if it's a brand new facility, yeah, you'd be looking at 5 to 7 years, I would estimate for gas plants. So, a lot of energy infrastructure takes a long time to get built, but nuclear tends to be the longest timeline, although SMRs, may prove to expedite that. Gas is sort of in the middle. Renewables tend to be the fastest source to bring online. They're smaller facilities with, less environmental concerns around siting, although there are still some, of course. So those tend to be more in the 3 to 5 year range for a large renewable facility. It is the fastest source to bring online.
And then one last question, sorry, Mr. Chair, through you. Is there an encouragement to have homeowners install, i.e. Tesla Powerwall batteries to help control how much electricity we demand at peak times?
That's an area of great potential, we think. to have the small scale storage located in homes and buildings that can be operated on a demand response basis to help manage peaks and integrate more renewables into the grid. We think that's promising. The challenge is like you need programs around it because if a resident just installs a battery or a business owner, a small business owner, they're most likely just using that for backup power, which benefits them but doesn't benefit the grid. Or they may be doing what we call energy price arbitrage, so charging overnight and discharging during the day to avoid peak power costs. But to leverage the full value, we need programs with the utilities and or with the IESO that allow that direct utility control or through a third party to control that battery and control how it's charged and how it's discharged to meet the grid needs as opposed to the homeowner or business owner needs. That's kind of something that's mostly missing in the region right now, although some other jurisdictions are operating programs like that, and that's something we'd encourage utilities to look at and cities to work with on, is exploring programs like that that could unlock that potential of distributed energy and distributed storage.
Okay, thank you. Just a clarification. We have been consistently for months related to transit increased our number of people using it over and above the numbers prior to COVID. Mr. Holmes?
Correct, and through you, through the fall of 2023, our ridership per month was exceeding pre-pandemic at that time.
And we do have a 10-year plan to modernize our fleet and electrify it. The other question, and this is more of a region of Durham issue, now that nuclear has become popular and the difference it's making in the province of Ontario and the work that's coming from Durham region, Durham never seems to get a credit at all ever for being a host community. And if you look at what OPG is doing within Durham against carbon throughout the province, OPG's numbers would have Durham at a very negative number compared to others. I just ask that for the effort that Mayor Foster, Mayor Ryan, Mayor Ash has put into making Durham the energy capital of Canada, that somehow it be recognized in your comments. I hate to do this. We have a hard stop for our next delegation. So I just would appreciate you taking that into consideration. And for those of us who drive hybrids and get 200 extra kilometers a month, gas hybrids, that's not really recognized either. So, but anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll move on to, was it a quick question, Mayor? Okay. Well, pardon? Yes, it was. Okay, go ahead then. We have one more question.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, it is a very quick question. How realistic are our goals for 2030, given the growth, given the speed with things are happening, hearing that it could take 10 years for certain things to occur and so on and so forth? How realistic are we to decrease, go from 54 to 25 megatons?
So we're not on track, that's for sure. They are very challenging goals. I think they are possible, but it does require a whole new level of effort beyond what we've seen and commitment, both from the municipalities, but also from the other levels of government, as cities can't get there alone. We can look at and model possible futures, which we do with others, that, and confirm that it's technically possible to reach those targets and to deploy, the infrastructure and equipment that could make that happen. But it's not something we're on track for, and it does require a whole new level of effort and commitment from all actors to get on track for those targets.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next presentation is Don Iverson, Co-Chair Task Force for Housing, Climate, and Executive Advisor for Cooperative Insurance. Mr. Iverson, are you on the line?
Mr. Iverson, if you could press the request to speak button, there we go.
Oh, could you press the request to speak button again, please? Okay, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay,
Yes,
Mr. Chair? Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to join you this morning, and appreciated having a chance to listen to some of the previous discussion, the questions. Obviously, you've got an inquisitive group here. And so what I'm going to try to do, given the time we have, is move quickly through these slides to leave as much time for questions as possible. But just to sort of situate the work of this task force, we were brought together. Maybe if we can go to the next slide. And maybe just a bit about me while I start. I served as mayor of Edmonton for 8 years, chair of the Big City Mayors Caucus at FCM for 5 years, and retired by choice in 2021 after a bit of burnout, frankly, with 14 years at City Hall and a pandemic in there. So, but still very interested in, the role of local government and building sustainable and healthy and complete competitive communities. And so some of the work that I do, a lot of it is around climate, some of it's around housing, and some of it's actually around regionalism. I just wrapped up a project with the University of Toronto School of Cities and Dr. Gabe Eidelman from Monk around regionalism. So big fan of what you folks are trying to do to bring some order and long-term planning and coherent service delivery to many municipalities together in your region. So I am one of you, albeit somewhat retired from the elected side of things, but still very interested in these issues of public policy. These here on the screen, you'll see some of my friends from the task force, really remarkable group of volunteers who came together, including Lisa Raitt, who many of you will know from your region or broader GTHA region, remarkable public servant, of course, in her own right. Dr. Mike Moffat, who many of you will know, was holding the pen in this effort, and then many other folks, some of whom you'll know from the GTHA as well, from a mix of private sector, academic, planning, all of the disciplines really implicated in questions around housing and climate. So it was an extraordinary group of people that came together, tasked with, if you'll go to the next slide, some key questions about what would building a blueprint that would advise all orders of government, what it would take to deliver not just the 5.8 million homes that CMHC has described are necessary to rebalance supply in the short to medium term, but also to make sure, and this is a question no one had really asked up until this point, which is how can we make sure that those houses are also low carbon and resilient to the changes that we're seeing. And it was an expedited process, but fortunately we were building on a lot of previous task force efforts on the climate side and on the housing side. And a lot of what we got to do was synthesize that. We did also produce some original research, which I'll talk a little bit about, and which you can learn some more about if you want to drill into it on the housingandclimate.ca website. So we could go to the next slide. This is really what it broke down to, is what were we trying to accomplish? And again, just to tease it out, it was making sure that those houses were low carbon. And what that means is that the houses that get built actually help reduce Canada's housing-related emissions to meet our overall 2030 climate targets, rather than lock in more emissions as we respond to the housing crisis with more supply of new units. The second, and some of the work that I do with the insurance industry is intimately concerned with this, which is making those houses resilient. And there's both location, which we'll talk about a little bit more, but also, physical construction opportunities to make sure that housing is resilient to the hazards that we can see today, which have already started to become more severe, and that we can reasonably predict that structure is going to face over its 100+ year lifespan. So there are some implications for things like building and safety codes in that regard, but also for siting. At the end of the day, if all of these new houses are not affordable for those who need them the most, then we have lost the plot on solving the housing challenge. And so we need to also ensure that they're affordable, and that if there's incremental new costs associated with certain technology or code requirements, that is offset in some way or financed in a different way than we have historically, in order to ensure that we're still achieving affordability goals while also multi-solving for climate. And at the end of the day, we've got to do this at scale at a velocity that we've never done before in this country. So we have some thoughts about how to achieve that. But next slide, please. So the document itself, which is available at housingandclimate.ca/blueprint, has sort of 10 high-level recommendations that speak to all orders of government, and then 140 specific policy actions that go into quite a bit of detail, with a little bit more emphasis on the role of the federal government, but key roles for obviously provincial and local governments, as well as regional governments, by the way, particularly around land use. We did not see it as our role to make recommendations to Indigenous governments and self-determining Indigenous organizations. However, you'll see some very interesting information in the report about what some of the extraordinary examples of leadership look like across this country, particularly out west, where Indigenous organizations and governments are leading net zero, climate resilient, inclusionary housing initiatives, partly for their own members, but also in the marketplace, that have elegant internal cross-subsidy models that achieve the kind of multi-solving that we discuss in the report. So we in the recommendations to the 3 orders of government, non-Indigenous orders of government, we include many opportunities to support more of that Indigenous leadership, but we didn't feel it was our place to also make recommendations to those sovereign Indigenous governments, just to note that point. Next slide, please. At the end of the day, what it really all boils down to save you going through the whole 140, is that it's critical for us to think about where we build, what we build, how we build it, and remember why we're building it. And when you put those lenses on the challenges that need to be overcome to satisfy this velocity of home building in a climate smart way, you get to some fairly crisp facts and truths. One is that we need to do this in a much denser way than we have since the Second World War, and that there is an opportunity to not just encourage that, not just facilitate that, but really legalize it and quite authoritatively say density is the way to go. And there are some critical reasons for that, which I'll talk a little bit more about. But location makes all the difference. If we don't do this in with land use that supports compact, walkable, energy efficient, and by the way, more affordable to service and maintain, and by the way, better public health outcomes typically in communities like that, then we'll lose the plot on emissions. And so it's not to say that there won't still be the completion of existing neighborhoods under development and potentially new development areas, albeit perhaps higher density than we've seen in the past, more transit oriented, more walkable again, but that this really needs to be done at a higher level of density than we were able to or inclined to do in Canada historically. And when you think about it, since the Second World War, for most of that time, land was relatively cheap, labor was relatively cheap most of the time, materials were relatively cheap, and energy was relatively cheap. If any of you have any of those things for cheap for sale right now, I will buy them from you, because those are all now scarce goods that have changed the fundamental input cost to many things, including and particularly construction and housing. And so in light of that reality, we think density is going to have to play a major role in achieving these goals in an affordable way for the long term. Again, implementing building codes is going to make a substantial difference. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Factory-built housing, we see a tremendous opportunity and in fact an imperative in this regard. And then the one don't is further construction in high-risk areas, because if we're delivering new units and then risk losing those units or have to continue to invest in them, or their insurance rates become prohibitively expensive because risk hasn't been managed, then that undermines our affordability goals, it undermines our supply goals, and so we really have to get serious about staying out of high-risk areas going forward. Next slide, please. So just to drill into these a little bit, and I'm sure there'll be some questions about it, The main thing, and we did this with research from Shoshana Sachs at the University of Toronto, is that leveraging existing infrastructure makes an enormous difference from a GHG standpoint, and also it follows from a speed standpoint, provided you have the enabling regulatory signals that the density is desirable. So leveraging those existing roads and pipes and sidewalks makes a tremendous difference across all of the goals. But if we build in a climate smart way with more density versus business as usual, it makes 100 megatons a year of difference across the country by 2030, which is material to the country's emissions reductions goal. And so the modeling around this is quite conclusive. And if you're interested in it, it's a great study produced by someone just down the road from you. So next slide, please. Building codes makes all the difference too. The form of the building can reduce the cost to operate, which goes to long-term affordability. It can affect the emissions both from construction as well as from operations. And built right, again, you can make sure that a roof stays on in a severe storm, and that cuts those losses, which again, obviously helps that homeowner or that business owner, but it also helps all of the rest of us as folks paying in either to our insurance pools or into our federal and provincial taxes for disaster bailout, because those unmanaged risks are costing us on a now rising exponential basis, unfortunately. So we've got to build these buildings right, which means implementing the highest tiers of the building codes and doing that swiftly. We talk about moving towards that by 2025, and then we actually think the whole building code system needs to be reformed and streamlined because it's a mess, as many of you will know. Next slide, please. This is one of the game changers that we're most excited about. This building on the right is a 12-story building in Stockholm in Sweden. And in Sweden, they build most of their housing, the majority of it using either panelization or volumetric modular prefabrication, like you're seeing on the left there. That's actually the factory that produced the very modules. I'm not sure those are the exact modules, but that is the model that can stack up into the housing on the right. This is a comparable country with comparable access to materials, comparable levels of sort of industrial and manufacturing acumen. The fact that we haven't been able to make this work in Canada up to this point is disappointing, but we haven't had an imperative. We have some recommendations because we believe the imperative is there now to move into this space in order to automate and increase the productivity, because there's simply no other way. We have a shrinking labor force in this area, though we have some recommendations around tuning the immigration system to address that. But fundamentally, without mechanization, we won't be able to achieve the velocity that we need. With this comes efficiencies vis-a-vis cost and optimization with respect to quality control, all of which helps with things like sealing a building envelope, durability, resilience of the building in extreme weather, and so on and so forth. So we're very, very bullish on factory-built housing and think there's a role for all orders of government to play, from pre-approvals at the local level up to preferential financing from the federal government, tax credits for innovation in this area, and even open orders to buy, particularly in the down cycle. So when the housing market is quiet, that would be a good time to be buying public housing units and non-market housing units to make up how far behind we are on that count. Next slide, please. So these are some of the specific recommendations with respect to supporting factory-built housing. You have these slides, so I'm not gonna dwell on these. I'll just keep moving here. Thank you. Next slide. Again, as I mentioned, this one ought to be a no-brainer, but it seems to require a lot of reinforcement. Again, bottom line is the most expensive home is the one that we need to rebuild after an extreme weather event. And we're already behind, so let's not put more houses out there that at risk that drive up cost for that family and for the rest of us in the mop-up costs. And there's a lot can be done around mapping, proactive disclosure of these risks. And then at the end of the day, these are key planning decisions that I know are hard fought, but these are the consequences. There are serious climate consequences, especially as our risks are rising of negligent siting decisions with respect to climate-related risks. So one important one to watch out for. Next slide, please. So we do recognize that depending on the analysis you look at, we are somewhere between 655,000 and 1.5 million units behind on non-market housing in this country due to the federal government's exit for several decades from this space. And that's caused us to fall to roughly half of the OECD average with respect to the number of units that are available on a non-market basis. We actually think there's a ton of room for collaboration at the non-market and below market space with the private sector, including sort of the Regent Park opportunities to redevelop aging public housing sites to be mixed market sites with a lot more density and not just no net loss, but net growth, both of market units, which are badly needed, alongside non-market units and below market units along the spectrum. And I'll say more about the spectrum in a minute. We do think there are some other things that Mike Moffat calls technocratic stuff. Again, that starts to get into the 140, but rebalancing immigration around skilled labor is a critical one. Annual population forecasts that are consistent methodology across the country that can be stacked up to help support long-term planning and infrastructure funding and so on and so forth. Housing targets related to those population forecasts. And again, I mentioned all of the intriguing and growing opportunities around Indigenous-led housing development. Next slide, please. There are many versions. I'm sure you've seen lots of different versions. This is one we like from the Institute for Municipal Finance and Governance at the University of Toronto. And when we talk about, this is just to help ground, when we talk about non-market housing, it's everything on the left there. And we think that the light blue space for below market rental and ownership is ripe for hundreds of thousands of units of innovative collaboration and delivery with the private sector as part of the solution. So we think it's about 2.3 million units out of that mix that need to fall outside of the pure market window, and where concessionary financing, concessionary land, or straight up grants are necessary, or balance sheet acquisitions. We talk about some strategies for senior orders of government, principally, who have stronger balance sheets to acquire and own and hold new, particularly non-market public housing on the community and social housing, the green part there, as a balance sheet play, because versus granting it to a third party to buy it, that becomes an expense. If they hold it on the balance sheet, that's capitalizable for them. So to get to these ambitious inclusionary housing targets, there are some strategies laid out in the report that call on everyone to do a lot more because of how far behind we are. And that can include, by the way, acquisition. So we don't think we can build our way out of the deficit of below market and non-market housing units. So we do think there's a role there. And that's one of the few places where we talk about the existing building stock. We also have some thoughts around a conversion of commercial space. But typically, we can find ourselves, we had enough to deal with as a task force. We can find ourselves primarily to the new building stock that's going to come online here. Next slide, please. So we do need a lot more supply. That 5.8 million, by the way, is inclusive of the houses that would likely have been built under the existing supply. So sometimes you'll hear the $3.5 million home number, and that throws people off. It's the same statistic, just one is inclusive of the houses that would have been built, and the 3.5 is incrementally how many more houses we need. That's between double and triple the velocity of home building we've ever seen in Canada before, and that's why we think mechanization is going to be critical to that through the factory built side. Again, I mentioned if we do this wrong, it's materially 100 million 100 megatons of annual GHG emissions. So again, on the point of moving us in the right direction on emissions, land use and construction materiality and methodology and building efficiency are all material to that. And then the knock-on implications for transportation emissions, critical to that as well. And so that's where we come back to how critical it is to think carefully about where we build, what we build, how we build it, and why we're building in the first place. So last slide, please. This is who we are, who we were funded by. A number of foundations came together to support this civil society convening. And then we had credible research partners who we learned a ton from and whose research is, some of which is still being released just because of the academic lag, but I encourage you to go to housingandclimate.ca if you're interested to drill into any of this. Now, I'll stop there and look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We do have some questions from members of council. Remember, members of council, Mr. Iveson has a hard stop at 11. So first is Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I remember meeting Mr. Iveson at FCM in Edmonton, so thank you very much. I guess the question I have, since you're a mayor, you must know that if you got an established single family and then all of a sudden they decide to do density in and around them, how would you suggest that that be handled by municipalities? Because you're promoting, and I see what you're doing, a balancing act between climate and density. How would you suggest that we handle that, especially myself as a councillor is going through that right now? Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question, Councillor Neal. And, you know, we had the luxury of doing it in Edmonton over about a 10-year period of zoning bylaw review to get to where we are now, where things like parking minimums have been removed, and you can essentially build fourplex as of right on just about any lot in the city now. And we got there over time in a gradual strategy that involved for many years taking those applications one at a time in and evaluating them, and then measuring over time that we almost always said yes to them. So notwithstanding that there are often aesthetic concerns about the physical change to the look of the neighborhood, and then there are sometimes concerns about implications on parking and traffic and so on and so forth, that over time, council was typically not persuaded by those. And once we had enough evidence that we were essentially always saying yes, or 99% of the time we were saying yes, then you can ask the policy question, well, should we just approve this as of right and, you know, cut the regulatory implication, the risk and the uncertainty and the cost of people having to come forward and ask on a one-off basis. So we got to that level of confidence over time. And I recognize it's a big ask to suggest to local governments across this country that we should now snap to that standard when I recognize that it was both a cultural and a regulatory transition that required a lot of expenditure of political capital on my part and on my councillor's part. But I guess the answer back to that family is, you know, unless the kids are going to inherit that, you know, $1 million house, if you want the kids to be able to afford to stay in the neighborhood, or if you think it's important for, you know, your bus driver or your teacher to be able to afford to live in that neighborhood too, then in all likelihood, we're going to have to chop up that, you know, very expensive piece of land into more units. And that as the older houses get replaced, there's an opportunity to increase the financial efficiency of new housing in the neighborhood, the fiscal efficiency of the municipality. It's aligned with climate goals. And again, as I mentioned, there's even public health benefits to doing that. So continuing to reinforce the multiple account benefits, social, environmental, and fiscal of density, I think is how we won the day over time. But it wasn't without pushback. It wasn't without fear. It wasn't without controversy. So I recognize that those are hard decisions. I do see the federal government now attaching funding to municipalities moving in this direction with the announcements they made last week that are consistent with the suggestions that we made in the report. So that puts incentives on the table to say, well, unlocking new infrastructure funding a condition of that is that we're densifying our communities to support affordability goals and support our climate goals. And I think those are good reasons to give back to folks who are concerned about change in their neighborhood. Now, the last thing I would say is they may not accept that because it's a very emotional thing when your block is changing, your neighborhood is changing, the house next to you is changing from what you're used to. But what I can tell you after, a decade of doing this in Edmonton is that the worst fears that people have generally have not come to pass. And then once a family or several families moves in next door and increases the vitality of that neighborhood, helps keep the school open, helps support the local businesses that may have been struggling through demographic decline of the neighborhood since its early days, that people accept some years later that actually, at minimum, it wasn't that bad, or they say, you know what, actually, this is a good thing. It's helping my neighborhood be more vibrant, whether they, see the broader fiscal arguments for it and from an infrastructure standpoint, or understand the broader environmental arguments. But they're good, solid rationale, and this report gives fact-based opportunities to make that argument back to your citizens. And so I encourage you to take a look at it on that basis, because we have to stick with this. Otherwise, we're going to push development out into more low density areas going forward, which will push us in the wrong direction on all of these goals, and also won't get us the supply that we need at the speed that we need it to correct housing affordability. So I think really appealing to the need to rectify this for that family's kids to be able to afford to live in that same neighborhood going forward is probably the strongest appeal to enlightened self-interest.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Marin Pietri.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Don. It's nice to see you. I'm going to call you Mr. Mayor because that's what I recall you as, and I think it's nice to be able to speak to someone that understands the municipal sector as well as you have, and as well as you do. I do have some questions because you mentioned, and I know that we've got some mutual friends, and are able to activate funding, but we find it difficult at times to be able to activate certain forms of development, especially in the high rise or the high density form, because it's often predicated on transportation. And we've got a great transportation department. We've got a great strategy, but the funding is something that definitely is a challenge. And I know that many municipalities probably say the same thing, aside from maybe Toronto, who's, I think they're benefiting a great deal more as a result of population and also notoriety and the fact that they're a big city. But, when you look at the density and you're looking at 5.8 million units or even the 3.5, and we really don't have the infrastructure in terms of transportation funding that's required to be able to activate those units. Do you have any consideration how to deal with other levels of government who, you mentioned may be in a position to be able to purchase land or partner with us or activate in a different form? Is there a way to work through this that would benefit us in the interim? Because, long term, it's nice to say these are the plans, this is the strategy, but we're activating now and the housing needs are now. So what do we do?
It's always the chicken and egg on infrastructure funding, right? But what's an interesting shift that I've observed with the federal government, particularly in the last year, is their desire to shift from being, and it's not without headwinds from provinces, but their desire to shift from being a passive investor to what they describe as an informed investor in infrastructure. And so you'll see it particularly around the public transit fund, where they've signaled that for the new funding that's going to start to flow, that they want to see how this all adds up. So historically, they would fund, say, a subway in Toronto, an LRT in Mississauga, and a BRT in Brampton, and no one would have ever asked the question, do these things actually all connect together, right? And so at the most basic level, having the federal government start to ask questions like that leads to reasonable questions about, does the metropolitan planning all add up at the grand scale, and then downscaling that to, say a Durham region, how does it all fit together? And if you have a plan that emphasizes nodes and corridors and funding of, say, bus rapid transit infrastructure, the acquiring of new vehicles, fleet electrification, have a comprehensive plan for all of that. My sense is that, and this is not just political, but also that administratively at what is now housing communities and housing infrastructure and communities federally, that they're interested in funding complete plans like that, as opposed to just allocation, whether you have a plan or not. And so I commend you for considering those things. And then if you can identify, here are the funding gaps for us to be able to move in the direction of the kinds of recommendations that we've laid out and that we all aspire to in our long range plans. My sense is that that's and frankly, across the political spectrum, we're hearing more and more conversation from, and we put, by the way, a cross-partisan lens on this necessarily with the Honorable Lisa Rait's perspective on this. Like, how do we make sure that this is going to work, whoever's in charge at any order of government, right? So having those coherent plans and then putting those forward to be funded specifically through these new infrastructure programs that are now asking those questions. I'm hopeful that there's a shift, at least on the federal side. I think the big question will be from province to province to province is, where are provinces aligning with that and leveraging that versus fighting that? And I think we're going to go through a bit of an interjurisdictional kerfuffle on that in the next little while, I'm afraid. But it's worth moving through to get to the outcome that I think you're asking for, and that we would agree is kind of a condition of success.
I appreciate that. Through you, Mr. Chair. I have a few more questions, and I'll be as brief as possible because I know you've got a hard stop, Don. And I think what we're trying to avoid is the perception that we're applying 416 solutions to a 905, which is our area code, which is a more suburban sort of area.
Can you make it a direct question, please? We have one more speaker and we have a time stop. One more person with questions. So quick to the question, please.
I think I'm going to take this offline with you, Don. We'll have an opportunity to be able to speak more about things. I guess the remaining question would be that how do we get to the situation where we're able to answer whether we're being, positioned to be overbuilt versus providing needs? Because I think there could be an opportunity for, the critics to say that, you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have the funding, you have a strategy that may cause you to be overbuilt in time when you look at the 5.8 million units. How do we answer that question?
I think it's some of those technocratic stuff that Mike Moffat talks about, which is population forecasts and housing plans, and really then somebody's got to be responsible provincially and federally for adding those up and reconciling them, and making sure that the funding is going to where it needs to go to meet not just the demand, but also the capacity to meet that demand, because that isn't being coordinated nationally. That's also not being coordinated with immigration targets. And so there's some basic machinery of government stuff that needs to happen, and a lot of interjurisdictional cooperation that hasn't traditionally happened in Canada, because the federal government has sort of stayed out of all of that. And them starting to move into it is creating this jurisdictional chafe. So frankly, I think message from local governments and regional governments that the provincial and federal government kind of need to get over themselves in the jurisdictional battles, because you need to be able to answer practical questions like that, to do long-term planning and to allocate scarce resources for infrastructure, make best use of the money you have. I think only reinforces the call for collaboration. Mr. Chair, I can stay on for a couple more minutes for other questions.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Don. Very insightful, and I look forward to talking to you a little bit more about this offline, and I wish you well. Thank you.
I'll be at FCM, so come find me.
Thank you, Councillor Dias.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I hope to see you at FCM. Interested in your comments, don't build in high-risk areas and don't put more houses at risk that drive up costs for families. We know that insurance is one of the issues. Can you speak to any other high risks that you can think of for families?
The other two that come to mind in the Canadian housing context the most are one that's probably less of an issue in your area, which is what's called the wildland urban interface. So, building near forests, which is kind of more of a urban or rural issue. But obviously with the wildfire prominence that we're seeing and with drier forests and hotter conditions and more lightning strikes as potential ignition points and stronger winds which fan those flames, we're in a bit of a perfect storm on fire. So not situating houses where they're at risk in those locations is one, but that may be less applicable in your region. The other issue that I think is worth considering in the GTHA and in most of Canada's larger centers is the heat island and heat dome effect. So building for heat is one of the major concerns, and ensuring that cooling is included, and also, building to a higher standard in terms of building envelope also helps buy you time and require less cooling. So energy efficiency is not just about keeping a building warm and minimizing the amount of energy. It's also about optimizing the use of scarce electricity during a heat event to ensure comfort and even up to a certain point survivability of a building. So that's less of a locational concern unless you're talking about a density node where you can inadvertently create a stronger heat island effect unless that is designed for. So those are some of the other climate-related risks that come to mind with respect to location. But really, most climate adaptation challenges are about water, either too much of it when you don't want it or not enough of it when you need it. And so there's drought issues and questions about long-term access to water supply that are not Southern Ontario burning questions at the moment. And so I would come back to really, floodwater exposure. And there's a long history of this with the conservation authorities in Ontario. So I would say listen to what they have to say, because you're actually well equipped in Ontario to know what will work and what will create risk. The key question to ask is, because a lot of that work relies on historical data, is to ask, in any moderate to high risk climate scenario going forward, what do these risks look like? And if we're going to be dealing with more frequent, more intense storms, then do we have a risk factor for that built into our decision making? Because we're likely to see more aberrant weather and more extreme weather. We're already seeing that. That's likely to be the case over the life of these new subdivisions and new buildings. So ask the future question rather than the based on historical data question with respect to water particularly.
Well, thank you for that. That's interesting. And I agree that we do have to listen to the expertise of the TRCA's conservation authorities, who have years of expertise behind them. So thank you very much.
Don, how much more time do you have? We have one more counselor in the list to ask questions, or I'm going to take the lead from you.
Sure. I can do about, I can go till about 9:10.
Okay.
I bought myself a little time.
Members of council, this will be the last one that I will accept for questions. Councillor Wu.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Henry, and thank you very much, Don, for your presentation. I see on one of your members that you have on board is Celeste Power, the Insurance Bureau of Canada, and certainly can guide you in some of the conversations that we discuss. And you're probably very familiar with the neighbor south of you in Calgary when they had the big flood. And now, again, part of the planning process at the time allowed them to build in certainly flood-prone areas. And you're saying rather than looking at historical data to look towards the future. Here in Ontario, a lot of times we use Hurricane Hazel, which occurred in 1954. So how often should we be looking and certainly planning when and we have developers that own land that want to try to get the biggest yield, and they could be beside water courses. Sometimes our planning and along with the Conservation Authority may have objections to that, but as you know, in municipal politics, there's another level to go to. What used to be the OMB or the OLT to go to. How do you fight this where you have developers that are trying to maximize profit as opposed to future landowners, which may not be covered by insurance? And we saw that with Desjardins Insurance in this year in February, where they will not insure or provide mortgages for homeowners in flood-prone areas.
Well, I appreciate the question. It's a really, really important one. And it gets at the guts of what's at stake here, which is that I do think, as banks and lending institutions start to look at things like flood maps and examine the risk in their portfolios, that you may see more moves like that on the lending side. And it might not be that lenders refuse to lend, but it might be that debt becomes more expensive in those areas because the risk is higher. And so I think we're going to start to see market signals and price signals paying attention to this. That's on the financial side. Some insurers are backing away from high risk areas. We're seeing this starting to happen in areas of British Columbia with some insurers saying they won't take risk in that wildland urban interface area. Our perspective at Cooperators, where I work a few days a week on resilience, is that we don't want to wind up in that position. We need to do proactive risk management, like fire smarting, for example, and give people credit for doing that and make sure that risk reduction is happening, but also sending true price signals. So people may not like the price, but rather than deny coverage, say this is what that risk actually costs. And those price signals start to affect lender behavior, start to affect property price. And so I think we're going to start to see market forces impacting on these things going forward. And that's also a risk for those homeowners. Approving development in error, or I'll use a strong word here, negligently in that regard, creates long-term risk and liability for that homeowner. And I don't think any municipality wants to be in a situation where it knowingly did that, despite the best advice of experts. And I should just say that, I just clarify, I'm not saying don't look at the historical data. I think the historical data is very, very important ground truth. What I'm just saying is add an extrapolation based on changing precipitation going forward. And in a few places in the world, there'll be less water, and that's going to be a huge problem for those places. But in most places in the world, storms are going to get more severe, and there's going to be, more peaks to deal with. So the historical data understates the risk in most cases, is all I'm saying. It's an important starting point in any analysis like this, but I think it's really critical to look at rising risk going forward and factor that into these land use decisions. And the last thing I would say about this is that where municipalities have knowingly allowed development to go forward in high risk areas, and then those risks have come to manifest, there's starting to be litigation in Canada around this. It hasn't been decided yet, but there are a number of cases before the courts now. It's something that Blair Feltmate at the Intact Center is following very closely, that we're interested in as well. So I think that there's potential legal risk. I can't give you legal advice on this, but I think there is potential legal risk and liability for municipalities that make decisions around land use. Now, if you do the right thing, according to what the experts have said, and the OMB or whatever it's called now overturns that, then I think that liability would transfer to the province. So thinking about your own risk management, is critical in this, but also just adopting, I think the first test is what's in the interests of that future homeowner. I mean, those are your ultimate stakeholders and constituents whose interests you're going to have to steward for the life of that property and that family or individual's experience in your community. So it's a lot to bear because, obviously you need to work with developers, things have to be economically feasible and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much, Don, for taking my question. And go Oilers, go.
Okay, that exhausts the request to ask questions. It was nice to see you again, Don, and I wish you a wonderful day.
Thanks so much. I appreciate the opportunity to join you this morning.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, there is a need for a 5-minute recess. Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Pickles. On the 5-minute recess? All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, we're in recess for 5 minutes. For the public, could you start to take your seats, please? We'll have to do a roll call. Mayor Roy, could you go into the back and ask them all to come out, please? I can do that. You can use your council voice. My mom voice? Yes. Thank you. $13, $14, $15. We have quorum, so. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Okay, we have quorum. We'll continue. We'll move on to our next presentation. Jennifer Alsop, Director of the Brilliant Energy Institute of Ontario TAC. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for allowing us to be a part of this. The Brilliant Energy Institute is the secretariat for the Durham Climate Roundtable, which is co-chaired by myself and Regional Chair Henry. As a reminder, the Climate Roundtable was born out of the Durham Region Roundtable on Climate Change, which was a voluntary advisory committee that had provided advice to the region on climate change matters, and it was led by Dr. Daniel Hornwyk for several years. Back in December of 2022, Regional Council voted to evolve the existing committee to a collaborative governance model residing in the Brilliant Energy Institute. So today, the Durham Climate Roundtable is a leadership body composed of member organizations from across Durham region, including regional and local government, many who are in the room and online with us today, and corporate and community member organizations such as OPG, General Motors, Oshawa Power, and many others, Alexicon, who I'll be speaking to, and those community organizations, including the DDSB and also Durham Community Foundation. Working together, we strive to strengthen the climate action strategies of communities, corporations, industry sectors, and residents across Durham, and to hold each other to account in our collective efforts to decarbonize. Our work aligns to Canadian legislation and Canada's international commitments to achieve net zero carbon by 2050. An annual report led by Dr. Daniel Hornwyk, who's here with us in the gallery today, provides a snapshot of progress and details Durham's greenhouse gas emission sources and progress year over year. The first report was published in November 2023 and is available on durhamclimateroundtable.ca. As Brian Purcell from TAF noted earlier, there is no one organization or level of government that's going to be able to achieve net zero. And with that in mind, the Durham Climate Roundtable is committed to sharing the perspectives of its members on electrification, on energy transition, so that we can help drive collaboration and local action. And with that, I'm very happy to be able to introduce Sam Sadeghi, Vice President, Distribution, Operations, and Asset Management at Alexicon Energy, who is a member of the Durham Climate Roundtable Leadership Committee. And he's going to be sharing Alexicon's plans to address climate change and energy security with you today. So Sam, welcome, and thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mayor Roy, and members of the council. My name is Sam Sadeghi. I'm the Vice President of Asset Management, Distribution Operations. And the one thing I have learned is I should not be presenting after Brian and Don because they have raised the bar really high. I hope I'm going in the right direction. There you go. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide an overview of what Alexicon is doing to address climate change and also our plans for energy security. In terms of agenda, I will provide an overview of Alexicon Energy. I would imagine that Alexicon name and brand is something that is known to many of the members in this room, but I thought it would be a good opportunity to talk about what Alexicon does, some of the things that we're doing with respect to addressing the climate change, and our energy security plan, and also we will wrap it up with the asks from the municipalities. There will also be an opportunity for Q&A at the end. So to begin with, Alexicon Energy, we are one of Ontario's youngest utilities. As a matter of fact, we just recently celebrated our 5-year anniversary. We were formed in April of 2019 as a result of a merger between Whitby Hydro and Viridian. We have the privilege and the pleasure of serving 177,000 customers and businesses across the following municipalities: Ajax, Belleville, Brock, Clarington, Gravenhurst, Pickering, Port Hope, Scugog, Uxbridge, and Whitby. So our service territory, as you see on the slide, is non-contiguous. It goes as far north as Gravenhurst, as far east as Belleville. And that's important in the context of energy security and addressing climate change because of the fact that the needs from one community to the next could actually differ fairly vastly depending on the weather patterns. We have about 250 full-time and part-time employees. Our corporate headquarters are located in Ajax, and we have operations center in Belleville, Brock, Clarington, Gravenhurst, and Whitby. We have about 4,600 kilometers of overhead and 2,700 kilometers of underground cable. To put that in perspective, 4,600 kilometers of overhead cable would be the equivalent of running a straight pole line between here to Cairo, Egypt. That would be 4,600 kilometers. And why that's important is because that's the length of the kilometers that we have to make sure that our cables and our overhead system is operating always at a high level of reliability to make sure that we're able to serve the communities that we serve properly. And to put that in perspective, 2,700 kilometers would be to run an underground cable between here to Mexico City. Our distribution assets are about $600 million. So those are the examples of poles, wires, transformers that we have throughout our service territory. We have one transformer station, which is a Seaton TS, and we also have 66 municipal stations that are throughout our service territory. Alexicon Energy is a regulated entity. We are regulated by the Ontario Energy Board. The OEB licenses regulated entities such as local distribution companies. They approve the rates for the electricity distributors, so Alexicon cannot set its own rates. Those are all pre-approved by the Ontario Energy Board. And they also set the requirements that the distributors must follow. So for example, the codes and the regulations that we have to follow to ensure that all the customers are treated consistently and fairly. The distribution system code, known as the DSC, defines the requirements also for customer connections. So as we talk about the population growth and the expansion of the system and the new customers that are coming online, we have to make sure that all those customer connections are taking place in accordance with the DSC. One important point is that the distributors, based on the DSC, the distribution system code, we do not have the ability to reserve capacity for future developments. So the ability for us to say, we're going to keep this many megawatts in the system because we think something's going to come down the pipe in the future is not available to us. If there's a customer that requires a capacity, we have to make that capacity available to that customer. The DSC also defines the rules and the different types of system investments to enable customer growth. We were also the proud recipients of the Sustainability Award on March 25th of 2024. We were awarded the Sustainability Award by the Electricity Distributor Association, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. In the context of addressing climate change, there are really two pillars that Alexicon is doing. The first one is internal, so the kind of things that we're doing as an organization to reduce our carbon footprint, and also the things that we're doing externally to enable the customers and the communities that we serve to also contribute positively to the path to carbon neutrality. and net zero. So internally, we are very proud to say that we have an approval of an environmental policy, which includes the electrification of our fleet, as well as the waste audit that we just recently conducted to learn about the sustainability practices of the waste disposal companies that we utilize, and also ensuring that there's alignment with the contractors and the suppliers. It's an effort that's initiated by us to ensure that our suppliers' practices also align with the organization's sustainability goals. We have also began the challenging and the rewarding path to integrate environmental, economic, and social factors into every level of our operation with the aim of being ISO 14001 compliant by 2025. We're also establishing an ESG framework with specific key performance indicators that will be reportable to our shareholders with respect to our GHG emissions as well. With respect to the activities that we're performing to enable our customers to also be able to contribute to carbon neutrality and net zero, that includes enabling the electrification of our customers as well as transit. So we have many examples of service upgrades that we received that the customers now require a higher degree of electricity to be able to meet the demand of their electrical load. Forecasting load growth, we now have a dedicated team within the asset management team that is responsible for forecasting the load across the service, across the communities that we serve, and also proactively looking into which stations do we have to start thinking about building so that we could get in front of that now. Considering the supply chain issues as well as the very long lead times associated with ordering transformers and some of the electrical assets, this is something that we had to make sure that we're very proactive on. Speaking about the energy security plan, there are a number of things that we are doing to ensure that our supply of electricity is secure and safe. To begin with, we are revising our engineering and design standards. So those are the specifications that our designers as well as the crews use to design as well as install the assets across our service territory. We are reviewing and renewing all the aged assets that we have across our service territory to make sure that they're operating at a high level of reliability. We are replacing the old assets with weather-hardened equipment. So every time we are replacing assets or we're installing new assets, we want to install the kind of equipment that is what I call weather-hardened so that they could withstand the test of extreme weathers. And also, we want to make sure that we are installing them using the revised standards that ensures that they will withstand the test of extreme weather. So when we have very high wind situations, we want to make sure that our poles and our wires and transformers are holding up. And those are revised standards that were different than what we used to have. Enabling bidirectional flow. So gone are the days where the electrons used to flow from one direction from the source of generation to the customer. And now our grid is really bidirectional, and it has to enable the movement of the electrons from multiple sources of generation. The new technology and grid modernization, we're constantly evaluating new technology and looking into ways to modernize our grid in a way that when an interruption does take place, when there is an outage, we have the ability to sectionalize that portion of the grid so that we have a smaller number of customers that are impacted due to the outage. And that is part of our grid modernization strategy. And last but not least, cybersecurity is a very important step of our energy security plan. As we replace the old assets with new ones that are more intelligent and they have what we call SCADA, which has the ability to remotely be operated, they're also prone to cyber attacks. And this is something that us and the entire utility sector is taking very seriously because it could have catastrophic effect if we lose the ability to control the grid. The one thing I would also add before I move on to the last slide is around the fact that with electrification of everything, as everybody can appreciate, there is a higher degree of reliance on local distribution companies and the whole energy sector, right? So if you think about that, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, if the power went out, yes, it would be a source of inconvenience, but it will not be something that would disrupt our work and our life to the point that it would paralyze our operations. Right now, if the electricity goes down for those who are working from home, that's going to be a big impact. When you also add the additional layers of home heating as well as electric vehicle charging, losing electricity is now going to have multiple additional effects that were not there a few years ago. And that's something that really reinforces the importance of having an energy security plan. And in the development of this energy security plan, we also have to strike the balance between safety, reliability, resilience, sustainability, and most importantly, affordability, right? So finding the right balance, it's really not a science and it's an art, and it's something that the entire energy sector is constantly grappling with. To bring this to an end, the asks from the municipalities would be to, number one, please inform us of your critical loads and any changes to the regulations. We have an annual critical load workshop that we started last year, and the invitations for that is going to be getting sent out soon. We're asking for participation from all the municipalities and the communities that we serve to make sure that the critical loads in those communities are known to us. So in the event of power restoration, we have the ability to restore power based on the priorities of the communities that we serve. Share your load/population growth and rezoning plans and projections with us proactively. I've been in this role for 7 months, and we are in the process of setting up recurring touch points with all the communities that we serve so that we are in the know, and we're actually collaborating very closely to know, where the population growth is taking place, what areas are getting rezoned, where were we going to expect to see additional load on the system so that we are ready for those. Expedited permitting, one of the challenges that we run into is getting road occupancy permit in time. So if there's anything that the municipalities that we serve can help us with, and to be honest with you, this is not a major issue. I used to work at Toronto Hydro, and this was a significant issue for us to find a weekend in downtown Toronto where the Jays were not playing, the Raptors were not playing, and there was not a marathon at the same time. It was very difficult. We don't have that region. We don't have that problem to that extent in the Durham region, which is a great thing. But getting expedited permitting definitely helps us out. Advocacy and public education collaboration. We welcome the opportunities to collaborate with the Durham region and the communities that we serve to, number one, advocacy to our regulator, and number two, with respect to public education campaigns. So for instance, what to do in the event that you come across a down power line in a store. And last but not least, I ask for your patience. As I mentioned, Alexicon is a new utility. We're 5 years old. About 2.5 years of that was spent during COVID. The war on talent, just like everybody in this room has experienced, is very real. Being in the backyard of OPG is not, it has its own advantages, but it also has its disadvantages when it comes to attracting and securing talent, and also supply chain issues. Those are some significant issues that we're facing. So for instance, the lead time of a transformer, something that used to be about a year, can now be up to 3 years, right? Which then really forces us to be as proactive as possible when it comes to population and load growth. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. I look forward to questions.
Thank you for your presentations. Questions, members of council and online? Councillor Wu, questions to the presentation, please. Councillor Wu?
Again, good morning, Chair Henry, and good morning, Sam, and welcome to the Lexicon Group.
Thank you.
My question again, you spoke about energy security and forecasting. Where I live in the village of Newcastle, which is part of Clarington, a number of times we have the power go out, and for a number of different reasons, whether it be a squirrel or raccoon or something else. Now, how do I bring this to the attention? You spoke about new technologies and grid modernization. And again, it just seems like when the power goes out in the village of Newcastle, it is the whole village. Everybody gets on Facebook and complains. But I understand too that you have a power outage on your website, which people can phone in, is that correct? And find out or watch the grid and see when it might come back online.
Yes, thank you for that question, Councillor Wu. So there's a number of things that we're doing. I mean, number one, when you do experience a power outage, yes, please do report it to us. But as part of our grid modernization strategy, we are looking into technologies that are available and have been available for some time, but we want to just put them into our grid called power line monitors that actually give us the ability to find out where we have lost power and also have the ability to kind of sectionalize and isolate a portion of the grid that is experiencing that outage so that, we don't have a widespread outage affecting multiple customers. Another thing that we're also doing is with respect to reporting of the duration of the outages, we are increasing our reporting so that we could see the duration of the outages by municipality and by area, so that if you see that a certain municipality or a certain region is experiencing long duration outages as well as more frequent outages compared to the other regions, we have the ability to focus our investments to improve that. Historically, that reporting has been at an aggregate level, and certain things could have gone masked in terms of having the ability to see which communities are seeing the highest number of outages and the most frequent outages. It could be a small community that has a small impact on the overall reporting, but at the same time, those customers still have to be served right.
Yeah, and I would assume that, and living in the village pretty well all my life, that we're probably one of the municipalities with aged assets, which Viridian and Lexicon has taken over. So I would imagine you will be looking at these aged assets and modernizing them, I guess, in sequence of requirements.
Absolutely. However, I mean, if there's a specific area that you would want me to look into and have my team to look into that, I'd be happy to take that offline with you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Chair Henry.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thank you for your delegation. Our next is Al Douglas, President, Climate Risk Institute. Online. Oh. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I want to start with just a bit of a preface. My presentation will be focused on climate change impacts and adaptation. In this presentation, there won't be any discussion about carbon emissions and carbon sequestration and talk about energy efficiency and conservation and things like that. We're looking at the impacts and adaptation side of the equation. We most certainly won't be touching anything on the carbon tax. When I open the climate change adaptation report for Durham region, the first words that come out to me from the regional chair are that in 2016, the globe set another record high average annual temperature. Those are the first words from the regional chair back then when the report was released. Interestingly, we can say exactly the same thing right now at this point in time, and that is that in 2023, we set a record for the highest average annual temperature across the globe. And so, and looking at the last 10 years, they have been the hottest 10 years that we have on record. And so it was an interesting question that was posed a little earlier about the 25% of the population who may have some doubt or some questions about this. And I think, going to authoritative sources of information is really important to be helping the public understand climate change to a larger extent and better understand the challenges that we face as we go forward. Quick word about the Climate Risk Institute. We're an academically affiliated not-for-profit corporation. We are located, my office is the head office at Laurentian University in Sudbury. We've been around just close to 5 years, but my work in impacts and adaptation goes back to 2002. And interestingly, I was here, it may have been in this space or another location in this building, speaking in 2016 and 17 as the agricultural adaptation plan was being developed. And so it's great to be back here and great to see the progress that's been made in Durham region. You are truly leaders on adaptation. I applaud that. We do a lot of work on training and credentialing. We have large training programs for professional engineers and professional planners, the agriculture sector, the forestry sector, and others to help them better understand impacts of climate change and to move forward with adaptation planning. And as of late, we've done a lot of work on large-scale climate change risk assessments. We've been leading risk assessments in different parts of the country. We have the risk assessment for New Brunswick and Nunavut underway, which we're leading, and we've worked on BC and Alberta and the Yukon and Northwest Territories. And I'll speak in a little bit about the Ontario Impact Assessment. Let's dig right in. Before I begin, I want to just drop a few questions for reflection. There's been some discussion this morning about some of the priorities that exist for the region. Think about what those are in the short term and think about what they are in the long term. And then give some consideration as you listen to the presentation, give some consideration as to how climate change might affect achieving those objectives for your region or for your constituents, what sorts of challenges you might face given the information that I'll present. And at the end of the presentation, we'll pause and I'll ask you to maybe give some reflection to how climate change might affect those priorities within your region. Let's start with some information and some data. I had mentioned that 2023 was the warmest year on record, and temperatures continue to go up across the globe. They go up in Canada, and I put this graphic up of the sea surface temperature because 90% of the energy that is being absorbed goes into the oceans, and the ocean temperatures are rising around the world, and that's a really fundamental piece of what we've got for the food web. And so as temperatures rise there and the challenges exist within the ocean, it's a grave cause for concern. Those temperatures are going up. Nonetheless, we continue to see these types of changes in temperature, but not just temperature, precipitation, and the variability and the extreme weather that we face. And if you look back in time, you can see that the amount of change that we've experienced in about the last 175 years is hugely significant relative to the last number of years on record. And when the models that we have try to reproduce the history that we've experienced, they cannot do it accurately without including the human fingerprint of greenhouse gas emissions from humans. So we face a pretty big challenge. And in Canada, we have this, our own federal government is producing these science reports. This is the last one that came out in 2019 that talks about the changes that we're seeing with temperature and precipitation. It speaks to the unique challenges that we face as Canada and as Canadians. And it talks about other types of changes to fresh water, to the cryosphere, to ice and snow, and breaks it down regionally. And they also do the modeling work inside here to give us a sense of what the future could look like with respect to temperature and precipitation. And there are, a couple of different paths that we can go on. Environment Canada is in the midst of reproducing this report. The next version will come out, I think, in a couple of years. And you also have good local information that's been produced as part of your adaptation report. Cenis Consulting did some work in the earlier days, and it's been updated throughout. And you've got great data here to show the changes that are occurring in your region and how they are expected to change into the future. Days above 30 degrees Celsius rising, number of colder days below -20 decreasing, and small changes to the total annual precipitation. But it's the variability within the years that we're very concerned about. Drier summers and more snow falling as rain in the winter months. You really have to be living under a rock if you don't see a lot of information about these sorts of extreme weather events that are occurring across the country and the challenges that they pose. I was reading an article last week that talked about the fires that were burning in British Columbia last summer, and the fact that in December and January of this year, some of those fires continued to burn. They weren't snuffed out by the cold winter, and they will continue to smolder and burn through into the next fire season this year for British Columbia. That's unprecedented. There's not many records of that in history. And so we have a lot of good evidence of how these types of changes are impacting Canadians across the country. And it's the same in Durham region. It's the same in Durham region. These challenges, you've experienced these weather challenges, and you can relate to the types of things that we're seeing. Last summer, there was a lot of smoke in the air because of the fires that were burning in different parts of the country, and that caused for health concerns right here in your region. And I know that you've dealt with flooding within your community in the past, and so those challenges continue, and they're very real. There's a lot of really good information in your adaptation report about the specific impacts of climate change on your community in a variety of areas. These are listed on the screen, but the Public Health Unit has their finger on the pulse of how temperatures are increasing and contributes to the survival of pests and diseases over the winter months, because it's not cold enough to kill them off. And more are migrating into your region as a result of the shift in climate envelopes. We know about the urban heat island effect. We know there's a magnification in urban centers as a result of the concrete and the pavement that we have. I need not go through all of them, but they're very well documented inside your report, and you continue to generate more information and updates on these types of impacts for your community. Don spoke about assets at risk and mapping of flood risk, and mapping of flood risk is a really, really important. It's one of them. It's the most expensive insured loss, excuse me, in Canada. And we think about floods are caused in different ways. The green shading on the map shows those urban centers in the, excuse me, in the southern parts of Ontario and Quebec, mostly where we have large centers, but not exclusively across the country. And that's where we can experience, because of the hardened surfaces, we can experience some of the pluvial flooding. And in other parts, this map draws our attention to the flood risks associated with fluvial flooding, so rises in river levels and lake levels and coastal flooding on parts of the marine coasts of Canada. Thank you. One way to characterize the impacts of climate change is to consider on the left-hand side the acute events, the extreme weather events that we experience. Those are familiar, but it's also the slow onset ones, the chronic climate stresses that we face with slower increases in temperature and changes in precipitation, both seasonally and annually. And so, and somewhere in the middle is the sort of variability that we experience from year to year or over consecutive years, because there's a difference between climate and weather. So things that we can experience where there are, for example, consecutive years of dry conditions and warmer temperatures can lead to drought conditions impacted, and the driver of that in many cases is climate change. So we respond. We've heard good information about the activities that are going on in the region to reduce emissions and the path that we have to get there, and that's the left-hand side of the equation. That's mitigation of greenhouse gases. And on the right, we know that these changes are already underway because of the increases that we've seen, and that they are expected and will continue into the future. And so it calls on a level of adaptation and resilience planning. And of course, the sweet spot is in the middle. It's low carbon resilience is where we want to get to, that will address both sides of the climate change equation. And there's a lot that goes into understanding the future path for these sorts of changes in climate. It's conditional upon a number of things: population growth and energy choices, and the development of our communities. And it's affected by the policies that we create, the very work that you're doing in Durham Region and many other municipalities and communities and regions around the world to drive emissions down. And under our current policies, you can see that the degree of change is in the range of 2.5 to 2.9 degrees Celsius, which is a far cry from what we've signed on to for the Paris Accord. And so if you think that we need adaptation now, which we do because there is a deficit, the decisions that we make right now with respect to greenhouse gas emissions are going to dictate the level of adaptation that we need into the future. So this is why we need to start thinking more about adaptation now, because the graphics that you saw earlier show that we're not on that path to be reducing emissions into the future. So we need this very serious dual-prong approach to addressing climate change. About a year ago, the Federal Accountability Officer of Ontario released this report that talked about the costs associated with climate change, and they, at a high level, they looked at 3 different climate hazards, and they assess the level of cost just to public infrastructure. 71% of that is owned by municipal governments and regional governments. So there's a large chunk that is under your responsibility. And they looked at reactive adaptation, which is waiting until the end of the life cycle for infrastructure and then implementing resilience measures versus implementing proactive adaptation, which is doing it now along the way while you implement your operations and your maintenance and your upgrades to that infrastructure. And you can see that there are significantly more cost savings associated with the implementation of adaptation. And in fact, it's, the cost, just given the sheer volume of infrastructure that's under the purview of municipalities, the costs are, of course, significantly higher, and that really refers to what Don was talking about, coverage of those costs when extreme weather hits and deteriorates or destroys the assets in communities. There are other studies that have been done along the way, and even your own resilience report for Durham region suggests payback in the range of 8 to 32, I think, dollars per dollar invested. And the most recent one is from the Canadian Climate Institute that suggests that there's good return in the range of $13 to $15 for every dollar that you invest in resilience. So the business case continues to grow for adaptation and resilience. These numbers make sense. And in the more immediate term, when we think about the costs to households, we saw over the period of the pandemic the challenges that we faced with global supply chains and what that meant for the costs of certain goods. You can very easily associate extreme weather in other parts of the world and understand quite well how those disruptions of supply chains and disruptions of goods and supplies around the world will affect prices here at home for Canadians. And it's not just the supply chain disruptions, it's also, as Don was mentioning earlier, home insurance premiums rising because the costs are increasing because of the amount of costs associated with extreme weather, and then disaster recovery and insurance repairs that the taxpayers all bear in these situations. So these are, examples of how these costs are going to affect people within their households and has significant importance. Adaptation looks and feels different. It can take the form of a variety of things, and I have those listed on the slide right here. Everything from procedures, maybe it's operations and maintenance for infrastructure that has small changes to reflect resilience. Maybe it's financial mechanisms. There was questions earlier about accessing financing for climate resilient infrastructure and other things that recognize climate change. So this diversity of solutions can apply across the spectrum of responsibilities for a regional government and a municipal government. And there's a lot going on here. Your plan won awards back in 2016 and 17. It was recognized nationally for the incredible content in it. And as I was going through it last night, it still to me is one of the best out there. And there have been other great initiatives underway in the community. We had an opportunity to work on the Flood Ready Durham activity here, which was actually, trying to communicate flood risks to the public, to get them to understand what it is, where it may be, and the things that they can do as homeowners to be more resilient to flooding. So there's lots of stuff going on. Never discount that. I think it's great to see this fine work happening. One of the big considerations for climate change is how it will affect vulnerable populations. And there is a portion of the population that is predisposed to climate change. And when we think about addressing the impacts, some of the underlying issues that address equity and address the vulnerabilities and other social determinants within these vulnerable populations, we do a lot to address resilience to climate change. There's a lot that comes out of that, and we can't lose sight of the fact that those certain portions of the population are more exposed and they are more sensitive. And what we do to try to fix those underlying disparities will go a long way to resilience, and we need to keep that in mind as we move forward with resilience planning. There are a variety of areas that you are responsible for. I don't need to say that, you know that, but it's also about the coordination that has to take place of all of the efforts to build resilience within your region. Every department, every area of focus, every sector needs to be thinking about it, because climate change is so pervasive and widespread that it touches on almost everything that you do within a region, within a community. So adaptation has to be part of what is considered as decisions are made in each of these areas going forward. I want to draw focus on a couple of specific themes just to close off the presentation as I roll through the next 6 or 7 slides. And I want to start by saying that this understanding of extreme weather and how that changes in the context of climate change, if you represent the likelihood of an event or weather in general as a bell curve, it makes sense that when you shift the medium or shift the average, the area under the tail of the curve, which represents extreme weather, is going to increase in likelihood going forward. And there's more research being done on this type of attribution and risk assessment by the federal government and others across the country. But when you think about the things on the left-hand side, when you look at infrastructure and think about the capacity that we design to for infrastructure, we set an initial design capacity, and then there's the engineers build in safety factors. But there's aging of the infrastructure, and there's also the weathering that exists from use and from other factors. And on the right-hand side, the loads are where you can attribute increases in use, population growth, but also changes in climate events and extreme weather events can also lead to deterioration of that infrastructure. It shortens the lifespan, and it puts more requirements on the operations and maintenance to sustain levels of service for the public. And that's really what they want, and then there's potential failure. Another way to look at it is to consider unprepared versus resilient or prepared infrastructure. The color of the word resilient should be green, but on the top you see the resilient infrastructure system operating at a higher operational capacity, but when you're impacted by an extreme weather event, the impact is not as severe because it is more resilient to start with. It drops to lower levels of capacity, of operational capacity, and there's a shorter time period for recovery and a quicker time to recovery and restored level of service. And this is really what we think about when we want resilient infrastructure, and most definitely what the public wants is those sustained levels of service. We can't lose sight of the fact that all of our infrastructure in communities operates in a system of systems. There's this degree of connectedness between telecommunications and electricity and energy and buildings and transportation. It's all interconnected. And so when we think about climate change, we have to consider how the impacts and risks cascade through the system, where one being impacted will affect another, and also where risks may come together to be amplified, where the sum of the parts is not necessarily what the risk is, and is in fact a lot more. So we have to think about this systems approach. And I'll speak a little bit more about this when I talk about the provincial climate change impact assessment. Again, I'll refer to your work on the guidelines for resilient infrastructure and the codes work that's going on here, and there are others at the national level. The Standards Council of Canada and the National Research Council are doing a lot to help collect the science and use the science to update the National Building Code and other codes. That is a really important part for us to be thinking about, because the infrastructure that we build today will be present and functioning for many, many years down the road, of course, when there will be a very different climate. And it needs to be functioning to a certain level of standards. There's also other guidance in these other areas that are mentioned on the screen: wind resilience, resilient design, and a flood resilient design that are produced by the Standards Council of Canada that give good insights into how things you should be considering to build climate resilient infrastructure. Skip over this slide. Farmers in the agriculture sector have been in the face of extreme weather for forever. They've dealt with these sorts of challenges, and they see and they understand the impacts of extreme weather and slow onset changes as well. And they continue to battle in the face of extreme weather and continue their businesses and sustain their businesses and continue to operate. There are a variety of different impacts. I've got a few listed on the screen. Extreme heat and late frost and drought conditions are the types of challenges they face. but it's also consideration to the larger agri-food system in that there are indirect impacts to the supporting infrastructure for the agri-food sector, supply chain disruptions, which I mentioned earlier, and also infrastructure disruption that may also challenge the supply of food to communities and ultimately impact the businesses, the agricultural businesses. And they know well the adaptation options that we suggest for agriculture are at times things that they're already doing. They're known best practice. It's just about thinking about those things in the context of changed climate and increasing intensity of those types of events into the future. There's been some discussion already on energy and nuclear energy in the region. Those impacts are known as well, the challenges with warmer water temperatures and the capacity to cool the nuclear reactions that are occurring within the plants. Just the simple exposure of some of the assets to extreme weather can lead to deterioration and shorter lifespans and potentially potential failure. And also in the changes that we have in the seasonal demand for power is a big consideration of those of power generation. Less need for warmth in the winter and more need for air conditioning in the summer months. There are regulations at the provincial level. In the final part of the presentation, I'll talk a little bit more about policy and legislation and regulation, but asset management is a great way to be able to incorporate or mainstream climate change into the way that we manage our assets within a region or within a community. There's this balance between risk and service and cost, I'm sure as you all know. But if we think about resilience and longevity and the business case for adaptation, it makes a lot of sense to be mainstreaming adaptation and resilience into asset management in communities. I spoke a bit about the health systems already, but this is another one of the areas where we want to address some of the underlying factors that drive health inequity and disparity in our communities, but also recognize that there are direct and indirect impacts to people in communities as a result of climate change. And the work that you do to improve the socioeconomic conditions within your community, including mapping where those populations exist to identify where they may be vulnerable to things like extreme heat or flooding, go a long way to supporting, providing good information into adaptation planning. And as I said before, adaptation is spread among all of the departments and all of the divisions and the areas of responsibility within a regional government, and it's all of them doing their part on adaptation and resilience that will actually lead to better health outcomes within the community. It's not just isolated to a public health unit or a public health department. It's spread across, because resilience in those other areas can actually lead to improvements in vulnerability and a decrease in levels of climate risk for populations within the community. Conservation authorities were mentioned earlier. These are the champions of managing flood conditions within our cities, within our region, and they are critically important to providing the knowledge and the solutions when it comes to flooding and flood management. I find it interesting that as we build communities, we will often take away the green spaces, and then we try to come back and re-engineer them into a community that we've built and designed for more people. I find that kind of interesting and maybe a bit ironic, but there are many solutions, and the preservation of natural systems and ecosystems and natural spaces provide benefits far beyond adaptation and resilience. We know that. The public health officials have told us, they've been telling us that for years. And so I think good consideration of ecosystems and the importance of ecosystems for resilience to climate change is an imperative. And as we think about the challenges that we face with housing, because I think that's one of the priorities for Durham Region, we can go in two different directions. We can think about some of the ways that it's been done in the past and have to be cautious about the creation of impervious surfaces, because in the context of flooding and extreme precipitation and other ways that communities can be flooded, it can lead to disasters. Whereas on the right-hand side, if we think about this and do things to create more pervious surfaces within our communities and employ other factors that will improve the greenery in communities, it will serve not only resilience benefits, but also in other areas, including the supply of critical ecosystem services that we all need to survive within our communities. Let me pause there, and the third question that you'll see on the slide here is just fodder for your thought. And I know there'll be some questions, but based on the information that was presented, are there considerations about how climate change might impede some of the objectives that you have for your region and for your people?
Is Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Al, thank you. And if you choose not to answer this question, we'll understand, because it goes well into the political. Green space is more density. So every municipality in Ontario is dealing with an issue where parkland dedication is half, or funding, half of what it used to be. At the same time, we are looking at more density. So our past practices are being cut in half. Less park, more people. So I don't know if you're aware of that. I'm not sure that the general public are. Do you have an opinion on the wisdom of that? You can dodge that if you want. Yeah. It's maybe a bit of a setup.
Let me say that I can appreciate the challenge that you face in trying to balance both of those objectives. In the context of climate change, both are needed. We need natural spaces, and we know the benefits that natural spaces provide, but we also need to be thinking about densification and trying to curb urban sprawl as much as we possibly can. And so there's a balance, and I think you have to strive for both, because those green spaces, particularly in areas where you intensify and build up, are critically important to people, and they're important for resilience to climate change. So I don't have a solution. I recognize the challenge, and I think there is a balance that you have to try to achieve for both of them, because they're both important, critically important.
An exceptionally balanced answer. Thank you on that. I'm going to roll back to, and again, look for your opinion on something. We heard Mayor Schumer talking about roughly 25% of the population do not believe that climate change is happening, or do not believe that climate change is man-made, that it is a natural process. I would be more concerned with some of the statistics that I've seen where the 75%, and I'm making those numbers up, I think they're close to accurate, where the 75% of the population recognizes the challenge, a significant percentage of the 75% do not want to spend the money. They view this as a burden on their personal resources and are happy to recognize a problem, but not necessarily institute the change. Can you provide some insight into how we better work together? Whether it's with ag societies, government institutions such as your own, to get that message out that this is a fundamental problem that we are facing that are going to require some costly, but costly and cost savings measures.
Yeah.
I was really inarticulate. I hope you understand where I was trying to go with that.
I understand what your question is. So first, I think there are a lot of low-cost solutions that can be adopted and implemented. I think it's there are some things that will be more expensive, but there are also things that don't cost a lot of money. And when you think about the public and homeowners is where I go to when I think about the public, but there are certain things that they can do around the home that will help protect and make their homes more resilient. Sometimes it takes a reframing. Sometimes it's, you don't want to have to pay. You don't want to have to go through the headaches of a flooded basement. You don't want to have to go through the headaches of the renovations. You don't want to risk losing some of your personal items in a flooded basement. So sometimes it's a reframing. I have seen opportunities where there can be incentives provided, programs that will help offset some of the costs for resilience measures. A good example is a backflow valve program in communities. I know it's a pretty common example, but incentive programs to help shift people, whether it be provincial, federal, or local, right? Because there are also federal programs. If you think about the energy side of it, rebates that are available for for heat pumps, to heat homes. And then just general information, like just general, doing your part to communicate real and scientifically robust information to the public, and try to get people to be, go to these sources where it's an authoritative source of information. It's a challenge because there's an awful lot of, pardon me, there's a lot of crap out there that people look at and think that it's authoritative, and that sways their views on things. But do what you can to get the true message, the scientific message in front of people.
Thank you for that. I'm laughing because I recently read an article where science is the new God, and this is a bad thing. So I don't know if we look at chicken innards to predict things forward or not. But thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that.
Okay, Councilor Marin Pietri.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning again. Al, just a question, because I think the last comment, just wanted to distill that a little bit more about having real information and so on. Status quo is not an option. Absolutely not an option. And I don't know too many people that would subscribe to status quo. At least I'd hope not. I think just one of the questions that I'd like to ask through you, Chair, because I know that one of the first engagements that the Chair performed as a councillor, I remember the two of us argued about who was going to go to this climate change meeting. And that was a long time ago. So I know the Chair is involved and cares about the issue. And we all do. But the communication aspect of real information, I think, is daunting to the average person. When you look at programs, initiatives, different sort of potentials, how do you get to the point where you can separate interim measures from long-term sort of goals? Because I think that may be an issue that we incur, in the lay terms. How do we get, to be able to communicate the need and activate interim measures for the average person where they may not consider it to be so daunting? It's just taking a bite of the elephant just a little bit at a time, as opposed to someone saying, through you, Mr. Chair, holy, that's a lot of work. That's going to take forever. I'm not going to do that. That's beyond my time. How do we get that message, or what programs or what initiatives that we look at? Because I know the region's interested, and we develop and we execute as best we can, but it's one person at a time sort of thing. How do we get that to happen?
Everyone will play a role to influence others. I think everyone in the room has the opportunity every day to influence someone around them about the action that they're taking related to climate change and putting it on the radar. I think as the leaders, don't lose that opportunity and be brave to bring that up. And the other is, I think, you can also make examples of the good work that's going on. It's not done overnight too. We talk about all this stuff and we think, oh, it's got to be done tomorrow.
Yeah.
We do need serious action, but it will take a little bit of time, and the public is still, ironically, still catching on to this a bit. But you can make good examples. Public can communicate good examples of where work has been done, where programs have been successful in your community. Latch on to those good things that have got good uptake within your community and build on the successes. Try not to think about what the challenges are. Instead, harness the successes that you've had and promote the good work that's going on. Because there's a lot of it, but the public often don't catch it. They won't see it. Communicate those successes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the last question, and I think it's one on everyone's mind, at least it should be. We deal with densities, question regarding targets and densities, and looking at the best possible scenario when it comes to land development. I'd have to say, through you, Mr. Chair, some of it has been flawed to the point where it's challenging us beyond even climate change, and maybe even contributing to it because it's so far ahead of the curve. How do we deal with not just the perception, but the actual impacts of how density is affecting? So we had the police chief in, not too long ago talk about how density affects neighborhoods when it comes to crime. We have the reality that each and every single council member, including the chair, get phone calls about, issues associated with density. And then we have, the perception that we have a ton of opportunity in our country, but we're being forced into postage stamps. How do we deal with that?
That's a big
Because
question.
quality, see, what I'm trying to say is, through you, Mr. Chair, is climate change has got as much to do with quality of life as it does with the environment. So we're taking, in the opinion of those who we represent, away, a great deal of their quality of life as a result of an initiative that obviously needs to be undertaken. How do we mitigate that and strike that balance? Because it is the biggest challenge that we have right now.
Yeah, that's a big question. I think again, I would, Don was mentioning this earlier.
Sure.
There were some good examples of where it had started small and just built over time. And some of the challenges that people perceived at the beginning of the process, in fact, didn't play out. If I recall what he said, they were actually perceived challenges within a community. Some of them may or may not play out. I'm a believer that you're going to face these challenges along the way, and that the general approach for tackling something like that, and the same thing applies to climate change, is to do it in a collaborative manner, bringing people together to talk about the plans, the scenarios. Scenario planning is a good way to do it. Talk about what the options are for going forward, weigh the pros and cons, and get each party to be contributing their views on it. But where you are able to move ahead and find success and see documentation of the differences that it makes within a small part of your region, document those things, present that as the facts, and it's just building on the successes that you've experienced.
Through Chair, just to conclude, we have it happen when we're in, say, an organization or a club, and you may not show up to, as many meetings as the next person, and someone will say, well, it's good that you showed up this time. Climate change is the same thing. So I guess through you, Chair, I hope that we get to the point where if someone's trying to do that one thing to help the environment, that you're not doing enough. Because it is a little bit at a time, and a little bit more than nothing is a lot more than I think that many people would expect, and I think it adds up. So ultimately, through you, Chair, I do hope that is a message that's taken into context, because oftentimes on one side of the equation you have those saying none of it needs to be done, the other side saying not enough's being done. We got to get to a middle ground where we're saying whatever you do is helpful, and we really appreciate it. And we appreciate you being here today to talk to us about realistic measures to activate within our community. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Councillor McDougall?
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Douglas, for your presentation. I just wanted to address one thing that a previous questioner had asked. Just in terms to Mayor Foster, I think we have to be careful when we bucket municipalities and we say that we are all dealing with issues that are the same, because I don't think it's fair. I know you're from Sudbury, but to say that suggests that Wawa or Marathon or Hearst or one of these communities are dealing with the same issues as us, because they're not. They're very different. We're all very different. So it's important to keep that. And to keep that in mind, when we move forward and we're trying to address climate change through prescriptive measures, such as, say, the National Building Code of Canada, and if we go forward and we say, well, it's a great idea that everybody should put forward an electric vehicle charging station, as part of their home, is that a good idea to, say, put in force when someone's building a new house in Alert or Churchill? Would that be a good idea, or should we have some form of flexibility on that? Through you, Mr. Chair.
As a question, flexibility for sure, absolutely. I mean, there are certain things that can be done that should be across the board, but each community has to do, in this context, their own risk assessments, which leads to their own priorities for risk to the things that they need to address. And that's unique and different. That's why the communities are developing their own climate change adaptation plans. It's founded in their own capacity. It's founded in the things that are important to their community, the things that drive their economy and the people. So I think some degree of uniqueness per community is most definite.
And then to follow up in terms of adaptation, I'm just looking at an article which was a class action lawsuit was launched against MNRF for not managing adequately water levels in Lake Joe, Lake Muskoka. And then similarly, I'm looking at Councillor Garrod right now. In Uxbridge, they had to put in a rather expensive pipe underneath their main street because the potentiality for insurance losses, if they didn't do that, as my understanding, would be possibly reside back on the municipality. Is that the sort of climate adaptation that we should be looking at as a region, or is that a mitigation effort, or how do we classify that and how do we look at it?
Yeah, it should be something that you're considering as a community. Yeah, I mean, adaptation looks and feels different. It comes in many different forms and many different sizes. And so again, based on the priorities that you have in your community and what you know, right, what you know and what you've learned from past events and experiences. You know, the folks on Lake Joe have experienced high and low water levels before, and you know, they know the challenges that they'll face, and you know, there's been that development has occurred over many years. So I think you need to be doing your due diligence right now to be thinking about what you need to do to address the priorities. Cost benefit analyses is another really great way to be thinking about it, right? What's the cost of what you're going to be putting in versus the return on your investment? That's part of part of what you would do when you're developing your adaptation measures, is take a look at the benefits that are provided for the costs.
That's all. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Neal?
Yeah, just real quick, like on the news this morning, it was saying that some large corporations do not want to do the blue box. I don't know how you reach out to the province, or do you have any connections with the province in regards to what we're dealing with in decision in regards to blue box lobbying, and who's picking it up and who's not picking it up?
Yeah, that's a good question, and one that I don't have an answer to, unfortunately. Sorry.
That's good.
Okay. Could you please continue with your presentation?
Yes. I'll speak about the provincial climate change impact assessment. In 2020, the current Ford government commissioned a provincial climate change impact assessment. They asked us to look at the different climate hazards and variations of those hazards on the left-hand side across all of society pretty much, but divided into the areas of focus that you see listed on the right side of the graphic. And the goal really was to look at, to make sure that current and future decision-making was aware of the risks associated with climate change, and to make sure that it's built into our decision-making to protect people and businesses and livelihoods. They asked us to look at two timeframes into the future, the middle of the century and the end of the century, relative to a current baseline. And so the study was completed in January of 2023. These are the different elements of the impact assessment. In addition to the expertise that we had on the team in climatology and socioeconomic data, because we know that this is happening in the context of changes in society and growth and population changes, the consulting team put together an extensive risk registry. I think the report said there are more than 42 or 4,500 different interactions between the climate hazards and different aspects of areas of focus that were listed on that initial graphic. So the risk registry compiled all the information from the literature that we could collect and looked at the confidence. We examined the confidence that we had in the literature, everything from peer-reviewed to gray literature that was out there, and compiled it into the risk registry, and then developed the quantitative scoring, and also did an assessment of adaptive capacity for the regions, a qualitative assessment of adaptive capacity, and then we had large amounts of engagement along the way with different organizations and internal and external partners. These are the lines that divided the province, largely around census division lines, except for the line for the far north, which is an eco-region division line, Durham region falling in the central region of the province. We worked with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. They were the one window through to many other provincial departments who provided input and information to the impacts that we had mapped out. The external engagement with regional participants in area focus people was done through selecting largely associations that represented the areas of focus broadly. And so, for example, agriculture would have a variety of different agriculture associations that were invited to send a representative to participate in the engagement sessions that we had. The Indigenous engagement underwent a couple of changes over the course of the project. I have to say that the pandemic made this a bit more challenging. We also had a peer review panel that looked at the usability and the information that was produced as part of the final reports. And in addition to wanting to give information to make climate sensitive and risk informed decisions for the province into the future, the second and third bullet are important ones. Our other objective was to produce a methodology that could be replicable, meaning that we would have a foundational method to build on the next time we want to do this assessment, whether it be 3 or 5 years down the road, and scalability, meaning that we could take this methodology and be able to scale it down into smaller regions or have it adopted by different sectors that wanted to do a similar type of risk assessment. And of course, the results of the study provide the baseline for us going forward. We measure risk levels, and that's the starting point for Ontario going forward into the next iterations of risk assessment for climate change. I'll show you in a minute the way that we constructed the architecture for each of the areas of focus, but suffice to say, one of the challenging parts of the study was to create the methods to roll up the risk scores to be able to report in areas of focus and in regions, and it took a bit of we had to do some normalization to make sure that some areas of focus, because of the larger architecture, weren't outweighing some of the ones that had smaller, and we were comparing apples to apples. But suffice to say, that risk registry allowed us to do the math to be able to roll the scores up across the different levels of category. And they looked, quite simply, they looked like this. We started with the area of focus and defined those level 1 categories and then further broke them down. And there was a series of criteria that we used to inform the development of these areas, of these level 1 and level 2 categories. I put one example in here. This is what it looked like for agriculture and food. It took us actually quite a while to get this figured out. And when you look at the graphic, you'll see that we were looking strictly at the primary impacts to primary agriculture. So direct impacts to primary agriculture is where we had to draw the line in the impact assessment. Otherwise, it would have gotten ridiculous to try to compile all of this. So we had to stop there. But nonetheless, through some consultations with OMAFRA and others, this is the architecture that we arrived on. And ultimately, the interactions with climate hazards occurred at the level 2 category on the right-hand side. A little earlier in the presentation, I mentioned the fact that we operate in a system of systems. We knew that, and we knew that there was broad interaction between the areas of focus that we were asked to assess in. And we created those gray circle. We created those categories that that were put together to demonstrate the interactiveness of the systems within communities and within the overall economy of Ontario, and did a very qualitative analysis looking at the cross-sectoral themes, trying to map and communicate to people that the risks cascade through the system because of the connectedness and that notion that I mentioned earlier about risk amplification when it comes together, and understanding what this means to larger systems. Stepping away from the cross-sectoral analysis, if we look at some of the results, I've just got one example here listed for agriculture and food, but when we did the assessment, it was pretty clear that the risks are increasing. There may be opportunities, but the risks are increasing, and they will outweigh some of the benefits we might see for agriculture. There are a number of the impacts that are listed in the report, but the risk levels go from high to very high as we move towards the end of the century. We also noted in the report that there's the direct impacts to crop and livestock productivity are quite apparent, but there's also indirect impacts, and you could consider something impacts to pollinators or the impacts to pests and diseases that will affect agriculture. We weren't able to stretch it that far because if you considered that across the entire province, it would have been just extraordinarily complex. But we did note in the study that there are indirect impacts that would affect agriculture and agri-food in Ontario. And then later on, I'll talk about the adaptation measures that we proposed in the building of capacity for the sector, which is an important one to be able to manage current and future risks associated with climate change. When we produced the scores, we didn't dig into great quantitative detail. Instead, we used these simple scales of high and very high, medium, and low. And this graphic is just a demonstration of one of the ways that we conveyed the results of the impact assessment. We found it very challenging to get into any level of quantitative and specificity because of the size of the region and the vast size of the sector or area of focus in any region of the province. And so this was good enough. And in the narrative of the report, we talk about the things that drive the changes. But suffice to say, the risk levels go up considerably towards the end of the century. I grabbed this example because it's it's pertinent to Durham region and one of the commodities that are important in the region. The examples of risks to the apples are late frosts, of course, that can produce significant kill, the drought conditions, higher temperatures leading to decreased productivity and growth. But there's also the indirect impacts to pollinators, and we also noted in the study that there's an impact to the worker safety, particularly during extreme heat events. And the adaptation measures that are on this list may not be anything, out of the ordinary. In fact, as I said before, some of them may be measures that they're already undertaking within the sector to be resilient to current climate. The fact is that things will continue to change. The intensity level of these things and the return period of these events is increasing in the context of climate change, and so it brings to question whether these activities are effective or whether there's a point at which they are no longer effective and you need to be thinking about something completely different and get outside, either because it's just too much to bear from year to year or that you've crossed some critical threshold that renders the solution not effective anymore in your activities. Food security is another important one. We know, and this obviously has a direct linkage to the vulnerable populations that we have, not just in the region, but even thinking broadly across the province, is that we should be thinking about system-wide resilience when we think about something like agriculture and food. So it's not just the impacts on primary agriculture, it's also the impacts that could be experienced in the food processing, in food distribution, manufacturing, all of those points along the way. And if we don't address the challenges and make reference to the vulnerable populations, there will be more food insecurity in the context of changing climate. Don't bother trying to read the details of this graphic, but I wanted to demonstrate the way that we mapped out the interconnectedness and the cascading impacts in one of those categories that I mentioned earlier. We took a people-centric focus, so that people in communities as an area of focus is at the heart, at the center of this. It was all as experienced through people in communities, but we mapped out the connectedness, in this case for food security, to the other areas of focus: infrastructure, natural environment, business, and economy. And so we had given some consideration to this, and we also looked at it through an equity lens, considering vulnerable populations and how we might be taking action to reduce inequities that exist within our communities. I don't need to go through the details of the impacts, but in the report they are all mapped out according to the different components. We made lists of actions, impacts that would be experienced in each of these sectors. They are represented in the cross-sectoral analysis that we did on the study. In addition to the larger, longer technical report, there were different products that were produced as part of the impact assessment. This is one of them. This is an adaptation and resilience best practices report, yet to be released by the province. But nonetheless, I draw your attention to it in the summary reports that make it a bit more concise, because it itself is a long document. But it goes through sector by sector or area of focus by area of focus, and maps out all of the practices that we know that are related to adaptation that we could collect from the literature and compile them into different categories. And so communities or any others, you know, within sectors of communities can go to the best practices report. They can hone in on their specific area of focus or their interest, and they can look through at, say, for example, policy and regulation, some of the options for adaptation and resilience in those areas. So it's really a great compendium of the things that could be done. And I know that we used your resilience plan for Durham Region as one of the inputs to the adaptation and resilience best practices. And conversely, if you look through that, you would see many of the things that are listed in your report referenced in the adaptation and resilience best practices. So again, just some of the findings of the PCCIA is when we looked at adaptive capacity, and this may be quite logical, but we have a really high capacity to adapt to climate change in Ontario. We do. We have all these things that are working for us. We're just either not putting them to use, we're not coordinating them, and the fact is that they're not evenly distributed across the province. We could be doing more to facilitate adaptation broadly across the province. And there are selected areas, you can see the list on the left are the areas that we have mentioned as priority areas for adaptation. And we also mentioned, you know, at great length, the indirect impacts, which we were not able to assess as part of the impact assessment, which can be as consequential to Ontarians in need, and there are actions that can be taken to build broad resilience across all of the areas of focus. Skip over this one. I want to draw your attention, and this is the very thing that I just mentioned, is these cross-cutting actions for resilience. The categories on the left-hand side of this are the ones that are contained within the Adaptation and Resilience Best Practices report. You'll see those the different categories, and we have measures that are listed in the summary report. These measures are listed in the longer report. Every one of these has a reference beside it, so you can point back to the literature so that it's very well substantiated and supported. I got highlights over nature-based solutions because this, you know, again, I think is a critical component to how we build resilience in our cities is looking at nature-based solutions. There's also examples that can be given for adaptation within the sector. It narrows it down to things within the sector, and this is an example that I put in just for agriculture and food. I need not read through all of these examples. So some of the takeaway messages, you know, the climate has changed. We've got good evidence to show that it's changed. We're already experiencing the impacts. We know very well what they look like, and it's going to continue to change into the future. And as I said at the beginning of the first presentation, that's really dependent on how well we do with our mitigation and reduction of emissions. But there's this gap that we're facing right now with adaptation, and we need to get moving much more quickly and to a larger scale with adaptation. In order to face the challenges head-on associated with continued climate change. That's the end of this portion of the presentation. Again, I put a third question up there, and you know, as fodder, if there's anything that you would ask of the report, but I can take other questions right now. Thank you.
Looking for questions? Mr. Clerk online? Seeing none, can you please continue?
Yes. There are additional slides that are in the deck that for your reference that you can delve into in the future if you like. As I enter into the final section of the report, I want to frame things. I want to twist the framing a little bit. I want you to think about how adaptation, at the beginning I asked the question, how can the impacts of climate change impede you achieving your objectives? I want to flip that around now and ask you how you think adaptation and resilience it can actually help you achieve the objectives that you have in your communities and for your constituents. And I've already made good mention of how you know, the widespread nature of climate change and how it affects the different departments and areas of responsibility for the region. If we think about resilience, it has to be widespread across all departments. Everyone has to be kind of rowing together and rowing in the same direction and be doing bits, even if they're small bits, on adaptation and resilience, and that will lead to the more resilient outcomes for the entire region as we hope for. policy has a critical role to play in adapting to climate change, and it starts at the highest level with the legislation and the regulation, but that policy works its way down through the system and through coordination between regional governments and municipal governments result in very effective tools, the policy instruments at the bottom, to be able to affect resilience planning. It's of critical importance. Those planning tools, the ones that are listed at the bottom, are the ones that are most effective at building resilience in communities. And the other thing to consider is that I would put it that it's almost as though there's an opportunity to create a climate lens, and this is already the case in Durham Region, but specific consideration given to mitigation and adaptation in decision making that's made at the regional and municipal levels to give consideration to this. If you were, I'll give an analogy that may not be the best, but if you're in a private sector company, there's a lens of safety that's put onto decision making. There's always, and coming from Sudbury in the mining sector, this is something that they talk about all the time, is that safety in operations is paramount. And so every decision that's made within a company has to go through the lens of safety and whether it's going to increase risk or decrease or be neutral. I would hazard to say that climate change ought to be given similar consideration. There ought to be a lens through which we look at climate change for decision making and mainstream it within the decision-making process, make it part of the institutional activities and operations of the region. Adaptation is also very much a process, and when you started this back in 2014 or earlier, you went through this process. You went through these steps, and in addition to raising awareness and having a champion, you went through the steps of doing risk assessment and building your plan and identifying options. Along the way, you engaged people and you had implementation as part of your plan. So you've done this. The circular nature of this diagram suggests that it needs iterations, that there's a revisiting of the science and a stock take of the actions that you've done to date that inform the next round of actions. And of course, through this, the fundamentals of communication and coordination are of critical importance. I want to speak about at the federal level, the initiatives on climate change. There's a significant amount of effort that's going on climate change. I've already mentioned the National Research Council and the work that they do on fundamental science to help feed into the changing of the building code, the National Building Code, and the development of codes and standards. But others like FCM, Natural Resources Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada all have programs that will contribute to resilience across the country that you can tap into. In the new National Adaptation Strategy, you will see targets for improvements for resilience across the country. 80% of professions, 4 large professions in the country, wanting to have formal training on climate adaptation and resilience. 80% of businesses that are highly exposed to climate change need to have adaptation plans built into their business continuity planning and their enterprise risk management systems. These sorts of mentions at the federal level through the National Adaptation Strategy will help drive things along in other jurisdictions. And particular mentioning to upskilling and improving competencies among staff members is a large initiative at Natural Resources Canada. In Ontario, we do have some reference to policy, reference to climate change within policy. I've got a couple of them listed in here. The PPS speaks, of course, to climate change and how we should be tackling it. And our regional growth plans for Northern Ontario, the Greater Golden Horseshoe, reference climate change. But there's also other examples, the stormwater management regulations that we have, the asset management regulations that we have. All the work that we did years ago on drinking water source protection had references to climate change. Impact assessments for the province have reference to climate change. So the guidance at the policy and legislative level has hints of reference to climate change, which help to move things along at various points in our province as we go forward. And I would hazard to say we need more of that. I grabbed this example from Whitby out of the plan from Whitby because I thought it was a great example of the economic side of it and the analysis of looking at what the returns are and what the costs avoided would be if we implemented adaptation solutions They're listed on the right-hand side, and the beauty of this is that there are a variety of things that we can implement to build resilience. It's not a single solution. And again, going back to some are more costly, some are less costly, but it's the sum of all of these things that will help us avoid the costs into the future and build broad resilience as we go forward in the community. I've already mentioned a few times about the plan that exists for Durham Region. I still think that it's an incredible plan and goes into a great level of detail to define the things that you as a region will do. That's a great bit of information that will continue to serve you well going forward. And I've, the staff have shared with me all of the activities that are going on, and you're addressing large parts of this plan. So again, kudos and to the activity that's underway. I would say keep it up. It's important to keep moving this and keep setting the bar for others in the province. Building capacity within your regional departments and your municipal departments is a key factor. When we talked earlier about how, there was a question asked about how do we influence others around us and how do we get more people engaged in the conversation about climate change. One of the ways that we can do this is to build the levels of knowledge and capacity within the regional governments and the staff level to help people understand the realities of climate change, what it is they can be doing for resilience, and why they need to be doing it, and making it a part of their jobs and their activities. And of course, it's a continuum. You start out on the left side and build knowledge, but there will be champions there will be champions who will lead this along the way and help to influence others, and they will become the ones who train the next generation of people to help others understand why it's important to have this within our departments and within our decision-making processes. And the solutions that you list in your plan, as I've said before, are also good ones. You categorize them into built environment, natural environment, and social environment. Many of these things are already underway within the region, and I think it's just, I put an exclamation mark beside implementation because that's where we have to keep going. We have to keep going on implementation, and again, quicker and to a larger scale. This is the second to last slide. Don was making reference, there was a question asked earlier, and Don was making some reference to legislation and legal obligations. And it's true that there are more examples appearing where given the information and the knowledge that we have on how things are changing and the solutions, there is sufficient evidence to show that we need to be doing things different and to protect people and communities. And there's a responsibility of governments to be doing that for their citizens, and it can come in different ways. But it's also, what we're seeing is that it's also beginning to become more mainstream within the professions. Engineering profession is one great example. They have a professional responsibility to be looking at designs that are most up to date, and the changed climate data that we have influences intensity, duration, frequency curves that govern the codes to which we build infrastructure to when it comes to heavy precipitation. And so you'll see more and more of this becoming mainstream as the professions catch on and do more, planners included, as well as accountants. I'll close with a couple of takeaway messages. It nearly affects nearly everything that you do in the region. I've mentioned that before. The cost side of it is pretty clear. It's impacting people now and will continue to increase the costs. And doing the risk-informed decision-making now can avoid some of those costs into the future. And that there's ways to do it. There's ways to mainstream it and build it into your operations and your activities. And you have the tools at your disposal. You have a great plan. And there's other examples that you can look to in other communities and other regions for inspiration should you need it. There's lots of work going on, and I keep harping on this one, but faster and to a larger scale is really what we need to address the gap. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, members of council. Is there any additional questions to the presentation? Mr. Clerk, online? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Douglas. Members of council, we have, sorry. Oh, actually, we do have questions now, so don't leave.
Mine's not a question, it's just a point of order. We have lost quorum, so just wanted
No, we don't. We're tracking it continually through the clerk and I. Yeah, online. No, it's +1. Councillor Wu. question?
Am I on?
You are. Questions to the delegation, please.
Yeah, thank you, Al, for your presentation. And I understand you've been doing this for quite a while, over 20 years. Certainly on the file of climate change risk assessment, adaptation planning, policy evaluation, and resiliency. Now, again, I noticed that you worked on a number of intergovernmental panels. Now, again, when I look at leadership, and you spoke about working together, federal, provincial. Now, this particular government, when they first came in, the Ontario government, what do you say about them canceling and spending $230 million to cancel a renewable energy project which was partially built in Prince Edward County? So should that be a sign of the direction that this government is headed as far as climate adaptation?
It could be a sign. Yeah, it could be a sign. Yeah, there was a lot of changes that were made when the government came into power related to environmental things, and there was a cancellation of a lot of projects and a lot of different programs. And I think they developed their plan, their environment plan, and that's the approach that they take. I can't really speak to the specifics of why they would cancel an individual project, but it's been challenging to continue to do the work and to get full support for adaptation and resilience. But I have to admit, it was good that they did move forward with the impact assessment for Ontario. I think it's a great baseline. If they would release the reports, that would be even better. But I think they have their own approach. And having been, you started by saying you've been in this for a while, and I have seen different levels of government change from one stripe to another, and you can see the approaches. And I want to, if I may just quickly, during the years of a conservative government a number of years ago, there was a new adaptation program that was introduced called Enhancing Competitiveness in a Changing Climate. Enhancing competitiveness in a changing climate. And it's a signal to some of the things that we could be doing for the business community to help their businesses be sustainable in the context of changing climate. Nonetheless, the work was good, and the work moves things forward. And I try to look at the positive side of that. And we lived on and did great work through those years. A lot of people did, and we're reaping the benefits of all of that work that occurred.
Well, if I can add to that, and through the chair, and thank you, Al, for that. And a question that Mayor Foster did ask, but again, when you're looking at that pyramid, and you did talk about legislation, and I'm looking at Bill 23, and Mayor Foster mentioned Parkland, and your slide 35 spoke about impervious hard surfaces and pervious soft surfaces. Now, again, there's nothing more, I guess, pervious than parkland. I look back to the pandemic. I look at Toronto in particular, people in these high rises coming down. And I look at Trinity Bellwood, where people were actually able to come down and, let's say, sit on some soft grass, because a lot of these high rises do not have balconies. This Bill 23 and having the amount of parkland dedication, you really didn't have a comment on that.
Well, I think your comments about the value of it are the answer to that very question. And we know that it not only does it improve resilience to climate change, but the parkland provides valuable spaces to better mental health for people. It provides habitat for different species. It provides cooling to regions and to communities. And so those are the multiple benefits that I mentioned that ecosystems and green spaces bring to communities. There are also additional public health benefits that it brings. just getting people outside and active and moving is of course a benefit. So I think it's just a critical, parkland is a critical component of being resilient to climate change, and we also know the other benefits that it provides. So should it be sustained and grown? Absolutely.
Well, one, and again, I don't want to really put you on the spot, but again, we have an election coming up in the States, depending on who wins on that one between the two. And again, there could be a federal election, and that could change, would you say, the direction of how we approach climate change?
It will. It will undoubtedly. It will. In the United States, it will. I saw the way that it did the first time around in the United States because I have many colleagues in the U.S. and they lost jobs and they were fearful, and there was huge policy changes that occurred in the United States, and we experienced that, bits of that in Canada through the years. So I expect that there will be changes. I think, yeah, as I said before, we've operated in years where there have been different governments in power and have managed to keep adaptation going because of the benefits that are outside of the climate change realm. We know the benefits that resilience provides. And so we need to be thinking along those lines of resilience to a variety of things, including climate change, even though it may not be fully emphasized.
Okay. Well, thank you all, and keep up the good work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members of council, that exhausts the speakers list. So, Mr. Douglas, thank you very much for being here today. Members of council, it's now 1 o'clock. I'm going to suggest, I'm worried about losing quorum. We currently have 21 in the meeting. I'm going to suggest a 15-minute recess to grab your lunch, and we'll continue to work through the rest of the day. I'm just looking for members of council to have someone move the 15-minute recess. Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Marin-Pietri. On a 15-minute recess where we will come back in and continue to work. Feel free to bring your lunch in, and feel free to take everything that you bring in back to the back room when you're done. On the 15-minute recess, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We are in recess for 15 minutes. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
So, Mr. Clerk, we have 21 in attendance. Yeah. We'll move on to delegations. We have two delegations. Our first delegation, 5.1, is Ms. Linda Gasser, Whitby resident, on the 2024 annual climate change process. Ms. Gasser, can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Council. Okay. Excuse me before you this. Councillor Yamada?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. It didn't register for some reason.
Okay, clerk will make a note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gasser? Okay. Ms. Gasser? Ms. Gasser? Ms. Gasser?
Ms. Gasser, if you could check that the microphone icon in the lower right of your screen is gray to indicate that it's on, and if necessary, check your settings to ensure that your microphone is being picked up.
Ms. Gasser? Okay. All right. Ms. Gasser, could you push your request to speak button one more time, please? Okay. Ms. Gasser? Okay. Ms. Gasser, we're going to try one more time. Ms. Gasser? Mr. Clerk, we are having a technical difficulty. I'm looking for some direction. Can we refer this delegation to a committee of council? Appropriate committee of council would be F&A. Can I make that motion? Just let us get clarification before we do that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The associated report for this delegation is received for information, so sending it to a committee would be appropriate. F&A would be a suitable venue.
Okay, Ms. Gasser, third and final time, can you hear me? Okay. Councilor Miriam Pietri? Sorry.
Chair, I was just going to offer that we defer it until after the delegations. I'm not sure how many more we have.
Well, there's one more delegation, so we can try again after the next delegation.
I'll move that motion.
Okay, seconded by Councilor Neal on moving this delegation to after the next delegation. We'll try again, and we'll have our team try to work with Ms. Gasser to make it work. So on doing that, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. In that case, we'll move on to item 5.2, Ms. Wendy Bracken, Clarington resident, on the annual climate change progress report. Ms. Bracken, can you hear me? Ms. Bracken? Mr. Clerk, are you reaching out to her? Members of council, just give it. give it a minute. No, there's no need for a break. We'll just let the clerk work through this right now. And okay, members of council, we have received an email back from the delegation. Their request is to speak at council. Councillor Marion Pietri, we're having technical difficulties. I would ask that you move a motion that both delegations be heard at the next council meeting.
I'll move that motion, providing that that's the only option that we have. Do we have an option to hear them sooner than that at a committee? Okay, so I'll move that motion, Mr. Chair, on your behalf.
Seconded by Councillor Brenner. On referring both these delegations to council, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Looking online, members of council, I need to see if you're online. I need to see if you're voting. In opposition? Okay, seeing none, that carries. Mr. Clerk, if you could notify the delegations, please. Okay. So to the delegations, if you can hear me, you've both been referred to the next council meeting. Members of council, no correspondence. We're going to move to report 7. I'm going to ask if somebody would move all the reports and then we'll pull. Moved by Mayor Foster, seconded by Councillor Brenner. Pulls. 7.3. Councillor Chapman. Push your button. 7.4. Online. We'll give members of council a second to send notice. Okay, Mr. Clerk, I see none. So I'm going to call for the vote on 7.1, 2, and 5. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. They were all duly moved. So Councillor Chapman on 7.3.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment that the clerk has, seconded by Councillor Pickles. It's just an administrative cleanup, actually.
Okay. Can, Mr. Clerk, is it possible to get it on the screen, please?
So the original recommendation is that the letter from the CEO to the province of Ontario as contained. This one is a letter from regional staff to the Ministry of Infrastructure in the staff's rush to get this to the printing for the agenda, it was done that I'm sure every member of council has read the whole report and the attachments, and you will notice that the letter is not signed by the CAO and who it's addressed to, so this just cleans that up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chapman. So we'll take this as the amendment, okay. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the amendment? Online, Mr. Clerk? Seeing none, on the amendment, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. On the main motion as amended. Online, Mr. Clerk? Okay, I will call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll move on to item 7.4. Councillor Gerard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report comes from a number of commissioners, but I wanted to specifically thank Commissioner of Social Services and her team for moving this report forward. Uxbridge in particular doesn't have the type of growth that the municipalities in the south are seeing. So when we have a 100-unit building being built to provide necessary alternative levels of accommodation for either new residents or those that want to move out of their homes, this is a big deal in our community. And the fact that we're going to have 25 units that are now going to be funded through the AHIP program is a major move forward. We have a desperate shortage of affordable and attainable housing in Uxbridge. So I just simply wanted to support this report and offer my thanks to the Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Commissioner of Finance, just verifying, because I understand the additional money will be taken out of the applicable reserve, that there will still be funds in that reserve, but I just wanted to verify if this is going to put anything else potentially at risk that would be funded from the reserve in the future, or this is going to require that the reserve be additionally funded in perhaps the 2025 budget beyond the normal amount.
So through the chair, I'll answer that, and the Commissioner of Social Services can add if need be. So this does not utilize the entirety of the 2024 allocation, so there is some room there. But with respect to 2025 and onward, I would note that the entirety of the funding envelope for this has not been built into the tax base. So to keep this level going forward, we will have to do some subsidizing of that. But there is 2024 funds available, and 2025, if we want to continue the program, we do need to top up the reserve fund at some point. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Gerard has asked for a record and vote at the appropriate time. Members of council, is there anyone else wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I'll call for that recorded vote now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now.
So that carries unanimously by members present. Mr. Clerk, there are no confidential matters. Just before we go to adjournment, I do want to take the opportunity to thank staff for putting this climate change education session together today. There was a lot of time and effort put into it, and I thank you for that on behalf of council today. And on that note, Mr. Clerk, last piece of business of the day is adjournment. So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Mayor Foster. I would adjourn with feta cheese. I'll just take the adjournment. Seconded by Councillor Chapman. On the adjournment, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, there again, have a wonderful day, and thank you to staff.